wearing socks yesterday with Yoda on it.
That's all I had, Star Wars socks.
But there you go. So I was just thinking as to, what's going to be my opening slide. Now, a lot of people actually talk about how entrepreneurship is like going down the dark side, so to speak. And it can feel like it because of a few things. It's something which a lot of people are scared to look into. That's number one. And number two, I think it can be regarded as the dark side because it can be pretty lonely. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that each and every person in this room has had that kind of experience in the past because we've all had an entrepreneurial journey, so to speak. So, and that's the main thing. And it's such a pleasure to actually be here. And when I actually told me that I was going to be on the last day, I was just thinking, oh my goodness. So I literally have to sort of rise to the occasion, and because I've got amazing speakers, some of my colleagues out here in my professional journey who are absolutely fantastic. So, but the other part was like, well, I can actually slack off a bit because everyone else has had a lot of information dumped into their head and they're not listening anymore.
We are.
So, but it's an absolute pleasure. So thank you very much for your time today. And so let's start into it. So my session, what I normally do, it's very interactive. I will be discussing with you all regarding, and I want your opinions. I want your feedback. And this is going to be a very interactive session. It's not just going to be me telling you stuff because, honestly speaking, that's not the way you learn.
Mm-hmm.
You learn through interaction. You learn through sharing, your views, your feedback with others. So, okay, so I want you all to have a look at this slide, right? Each and every one of us, to a certain extent, like to do the things which are outside the circle, ideally, right? Who doesn't like going for their dreams, choosing happiness, fulfillment? Okay, on the left-hand side, right? The ones on the left. Would you say that all of you are confident? Do you like doing new things to a certain extent? Do you?
Yes.
Yeah. But if you look at the right, these are things which we are scared of to a certain extent. Embracing the unknown. Excitement. Most people don't like change, if you think about it. And we act in spite of fear. How many people actually embrace their fear to actually move forward? A lot of people don't. That's what stops them. I mean, apart from job, of course. But that's where we all are, to a certain extent. Where are we? We're actually inside here, which is inside our comfort zone. We're trying to play it safe.
Mm-hmm.
Because we are scared to be judged. There is a fear of judgment, of being perceived as if you actually may not be doing the right thing. And that's where 98% of the population is, right? So it's important sometimes to literally break through this cycle or this circle, which I call the vicious cycle to a certain extent, because that's where all of us are. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think each and every one of us who have gone down the entrepreneurial journey has at some point, slipped back into this comfort zone.
Amen.
I know I have. It's because it's simple. It's something you're accustomed to. It's something you don't have to think much about, right? But it's all about being able to jump across, to being able to break through that invisible barrier, so to speak, to being able to get through to what you want to do, to choosing a life of fulfillment. And that's very, very important. So, I want you all to look at this slide, right? I have a very simple question. I'd like your feedback of what you think. And then I'm going to actually open it up to some of my other senior colleagues. But I'm going to ask you all first. This table, the disruptive learners table, as I call it. So, if you look at this slide, you see all the companies there?
Yeah.
What do these companies, according to you, have in common? Dennis? They're brands, yes, of course. Ashton?
On the right side is mostly food.
Yep. They are, yeah.
and the left side is mostly tech.
That's right. That's right. That's a good observation, Alex.
I guess that they all failed a few times before they got to where they were.
That's a very good point. Very, very good point as well. Something, Aiden? Anything that you would like to add?
The thing, like, one side is, the left side is more of, like something you use to search up things or use to create things, but that one is like mostly burgers and junk food.
Burgers and junk food. That's good. Like burgers and junk food. Okay. I think you all have all brought some really, really good points. Dennis.
They're both like very like they've all kind of made it in the kind of market and companies.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Now, but I want you to just think about something, okay? Now, I'm going to open it up to Clarice. You've worked for a lot of companies and you've advised a lot of companies. What kind of company do you not see there, which I've made a conscious effort of not putting on there? Is there any kind of business that you don't see on there, which just suddenly comes to mind, Clarice?
I don't see Airbnb.
Airbnb and Uber.
No. I mean, like, obviously there are millions of companies around the world. I can't put all of them there. Any particular segment or industry which is not there? Dennis? Fashion, yeah, okay. Maybe I'm going to actually give you all a bit
Like
more
more-
of a hint.
Like disruptive
Automotive industry.
No, yeah, it's not there.
industries.
Services?
True. Services, yeah, not there. Well, yeah, there are. You've got Amazon Web Services, but okay. So I'll give you guys a bit of a clue. If you think about it, it doesn't matter what company there is in the world, whether it be a company which is newly formed, which has been around for hundreds of years, whether it's a multi-billion-dollar company or not, was at one point in time conceptualized by one or a group of entrepreneurs. Think about it. Every company started from somewhere, right? They could be an MNC today, they could be a multi-billion-dollar company. What I'm trying to show you here, to a certain extent, is like all of these well-known brands were at one point in time people like you.
Amen.
Okay? And the only kind of business which may not fit into this category, so to speak, are startups. All of these were startups at one stage. The only kind of business which may not fit into this category are financial institutions and non-banking financial institutions, because they could be government-owned, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is like each and every one of us at this moment have the opportunity to actually plant the seeds of exceptional growth. It's all about harnessing that inner vision, working on your passion to get your mission to life. And that's the most important aspect. So it's very interesting to think about it. Each and every company, apart from perhaps financial institutions, at one point in time, were all conceptualized and started by an entrepreneur.
In a room like this.
In a room like this, maybe even smaller. How many of you all have seen the picture of Jeff Bezos sitting in front of his computer in this little room, right?
Yeah.
With the word Amazon written in sketch pen
Amen.
on a piece of
So we're
paper.
better. We're better.
That was like not even 20 years ago.
That's right.
So anything is possible as long as you have that courage to break out of your comfort zone. And that's very, very important. All right. Now, I love this guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely love this guy. There are a couple of people who I absolutely admire. One of them is Sir Richard Branson, which I was discussing with Jeff yesterday, and I absolutely love Michael Jordan. Right? I'm not American. I used to watch the NBA when he was playing for the Chicago Bulls.
Oh yeah.
You-
Number 23, baby.
We both, I think that was our one a bit older than me, but that's all
Fair
right.
enough. But
We've been doing it.
this guy's great. Now, what I'm planning to do is like, and I was mentioning to me to focus on something which entrepreneurs should always keep in mind, which is failure. Right? You will fail. You will fail. This is only one of those amazingly incredible and sensational human beings that we all know of who've never given up. And that is so important. That's so important. So I just wanted to include this quote, which is actually my favorite quote of all time from Michael Jordan. I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career, lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I failed over and over and over again in my life, and that's why I succeed. Always remember that failure makes up the rungs of the ladder of success. Take them as stepping stones, and that is so important. John.
You know who Wayne Gretzky is?
Yes.
You must have heard his quote. He's got an amazing quote as well. I used to watch him as well because my wife's Canadian.
Mhm.
But he said something like, you're going to miss 100% of the time, the goals.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
You don't take.
That's it. So, and that's so important. So, in this segment, I'm actually going to ask some of my senior colleagues to share with us their first failure. I'm going to start with Stella.
My first failure
Mhm.
was probably at school, actually, when I took some exams and bombed.
Mhm.
And this was after actually studying for the exam.
Yep.
And I remember just thinking, yeah, my life has come to a complete end.
Mhm.
So that's one of my first major failures.
Fair enough. Thank you for sharing that. Ms. Suchi.
Oh, my first failure as an entrepreneur is when my own family members did not believe in me
Mhm.
and continued making fun of my laughter exercises.
Mhm.
And they said this is something which is so common, as in like everybody know, they know about the benefits of laughter and stuff. So I don't think you're going to be successful. And they said that you talk a lot and you laugh a lot, so we're going to give you $10 to keep quiet for 1 hour. And the other relative say, I'm going to give you $20. You keep quiet for 2 hours.
Yep.
And I said, one day that I had here emotional right now. One day I will make sure that I speak, and you guys are going to be amongst the audience to clap for me, and I will get paid for talking, for speaking, and I'm doing that now. Yay!
Well done. Well done, Ms. Suchi. Thank you so much. No, I mean, she's an inspiration, and I really appreciate you sharing this. Clarice, your first failure, if you don't mind sharing with us, please.
I think one of my biggest failures, yeah. So thinking about it, because there's a lot of things that happened that hasn't been very smooth.
Mhm.
The journey that I faced wasn't smooth. So I think one of the things that I saw myself probably like failure was when I graduated from school, and then I was going to, like if your peers getting like good jobs, and then they were like,
Yeah.
straight path, and then I was like, oh, this is not going, and I thought, okay, maybe I just need to work harder than anybody else.
Mhm.
But that didn't seem to work. The only thing that actually I've accumulated with that attitude was more, I learned more things. I gained knowledge that I didn't expect as well, which was really good, but it actually helped me to prepare for the next stage in life.
Mhm.
And that was actually when I quit my job and took my biggest risk, I would say, my entire life, and everyone was saying you shouldn't do it.
Uh-huh.
Was actually to leave Singapore and actually go to London.
That's right. We were speaking about this yesterday, actually.
Yes,
That's
so
right.
that was actually the biggest thing, because back then they were like, oh, what if you failed, blah, blah, blah. And the two things that actually stood was that somehow deep in my mind, even though the path wasn't going really well, what I had was my income that I was storing away. Maybe this isn't the life, but I felt like maybe something big is going to happen at some point, and I want to be financially ready. I think that's really important. And the other part is the knowledge that I have, the amount of time that I was putting in all this extra work. So I managed to learn the stuff, pick up skills that I didn't think I would be able to, or maybe that wasn't exactly my strength, but I learned about everything. So, so when I went to the UK, I was having this working holiday visa that was supposed to expire in a year's time. I sent out over 100 CVs to everyone because they need a visa to be in London, UK. And finally, one door opened.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Grace. And I will actually ask you all to summarize it later. So I want you to listen to exactly what they're saying, because all three of them, interestingly, have actually focused on three completely different aspects at this present moment. And this is what I'd like to bring in. This failure just doesn't mean one aspect. You can face failure from different sides. Okay, John, your first failure.
1989, I bought my family business. The next year, I invested $20,000 in a chocolate machine without researching. Thought I was gung ho. That failed big time. At the same year, the Hilton Hotel approached me to do corporate chocolates for the whole of Australia. Another $25,000 in packaging. They bought nothing, so I lost $25,000 in packaging that I actually threw away back in 1990. Lost the machine as well. It was a dud machine. The following year, I just sucked it up and I went to another company, which is David Jones, which is like Westwood. Supplied them for 15 years, turning over thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Went to Europe and bought a chocolate machine for $100,000. Still working. It's made us millions.
There you go. There you go. Great. That's fantastic.
So I have so many, and I shared earlier, I grew up in China, and we had a very tough educational system. I didn't really enjoy it, but I was a really good student. And so in my life, I was pretty much, like A or A minus B, student. So after I came to the US, the educational system is very different. I realized that memorization didn't really work that well. So I had one failure after another one, and I really don't know. I didn't know how to deal with failures. So the very first one I had, I just crashed. I went to the bathroom. I still remember. I just cried for hours and hours and hours. I couldn't pick myself up. It was not even a big deal. I just lost. I think it was a scholarship opportunity or something. Because in my entire life, I was so smooth. I didn't know how to overcome that identity. Was such a big deal to me at the time. And just realizing that in retrospect, it's like, wow, I have grown so much,
Exactly. Beautifully said. Caroline, your biggest failure?
I've had a lot because I've tried several things, and for me, I jumped into it, especially if it's new. So being in a full-time job and then trying out business in retail in between when I had my son and I couldn't go back into corporate. Going back into corporate, I lost a lot of money in the retail business. But everything that I learned through that, especially with our culture, and I felt there was a lot of lack of support for women in the early stage of startups. That was when the community that I built, which is 5 years old now, was born in my mind. I realized that the struggle that I experienced, and having a lot of we go for networking sessions, but there's a lot of men over there, and even people who are called up to speak and talk and things like that are men versus women, and women would shy away from stepping up.
That's right.
So I think something that I took away from those experiences was to empower more people with my failure. to encourage other people who are failing to use their stories to feel empowered from that as a learning. What have you learned about yourself? What did I learn about myself through my story?
Mhm.
And then to take that and share it forward because someone else can get inspired.
That's right.
So those were some things that I kind of learned about myself through some of these things.
Beautiful. Thank you, Caroline. Jeff.
Wow, so many. I would probably say hiring the wrong people.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Amen.
I definitely have over the years hired hundreds of the wrong people. And that's because I wasn't an entrepreneur. I came from the corporate world just like you guys and had no idea what I was doing and assumed that everyone in the entrepreneurial space was like me, someone who was willing to put in the work and do the time. And when I started hiring people, I realized that no, the majority of people that I was going to hire, and still to this very day, are going to want to clock in and clock out of work. So I've had to redesign my business several times to accommodate with the understanding that I know that I'm a very rare breed of person. And I believe that my biggest failure was just expecting too much from other people.
Yep. Very, very good point. So just to sort of summarize, right? Any commonalities that you'll notice among all of them? Alex, any commonality that comes up?
I guess they figure out how to come back from it. It's,
Yeah, not losing the faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, keeping the motivation alive. Yeah, keeping the passion alive. Yes. Ashton.
After their biggest failures, and they didn't want to quit, they didn't want to give up right there.
That's right.
They still wanted to go on.
So what's that one word that I'm looking for here? Starts with an R.
Resilience.
Resilience. It's very, very important. Determination and resilience is what is required for every entrepreneur. And there's another aspect which a few of them brought up, is like, especially with what John said, right? So he was right in the beginning. Yes, he had his family business, of course, but he faced really, really difficult times to start with. But he pivoted. Pivot, okay? Sometimes it's not always about keeping at it if it's keeping on failing. Sometimes you have to have that courage to actually accept that, okay, maybe this isn't for me.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what makes a good entrepreneur. You can't keep at something continually and just hope for a different outcome. Sorry.
I love how you have failed forward,
Yep.
which reminds me of Caroline's talk. Yes,
forward.
Feet forward.
That's right.
Did you change this because
No,
of?
I've had this for a long time.
Oh.
Okay, so
Just love this.
what I mean by fail forward, don't be scared to fail, right? It's a very simple concept which a lot of people talk about. It's like, just keep moving. Move sideways, up, down, wherever, but move in some direction. Even backwards is sometimes good, right? An arrow can only shoot forward if it's pulled back.
Oh, that's so powerful.
So if you actually feel at any given moment you need to move backwards, don't see it as failure. See it as you gathering inertia. Right? So, a couple of things about myself. So I am presently 34 years old.
So young. You're like the youngest. You're the youngest in this room.
I think
Like,
so, yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm 34, but I have faced failures from when I was 2 years old.
When I grow up, I want to look like you.
Not bad. So, I mean, failure to me is something which I have faced at every given moment in my life, in some way or the other. So, to share a little bit about myself, and I think it's important because each and every one of you all have shared your failures. So, at the age of 2, I failed to, and it's something which I don't remember. So this is what I'm trying to put across to you. Sometimes failures are outside your control, right? So I did have the love of a father growing up, which is a personal social failure to a certain extent. So I was brought up as a single mother. My second failure was when I couldn't follow my dream of becoming an Air Force pilot, because I gave up that dream because my grandma, being the only grandson, didn't want me to die in an airplane crash, right? My third failure was when I gave that up and I gave up my career to be on stage. I used to have my own professional band. I'm a lead singer and a pianist.
He sings
What?
beautifully. He sings beautifully.
Oh my God,
He's
I know
amazing.
that.
He's a rock star.
Oh, Mrs. Yu, too kind, thank you. But so that was
Wow.
my third failure, because I didn't follow my passion at that moment due to other people and what they said. My fourth failure was, and this is very interesting. So I am a CPA, which is a chartered practicing accountant, but I have never, ever in my life passed a maths exam in school.
Oh
Never.
my God.
We all have hope.
Where's that clipper? We need that.
I'm actually serious. I have never passed a maths exam in my life.
Mate, you can just drop the mic there. That's the best thing I've ever done. So much.
So, I mean,
That's
so
incredible.
what I'm trying to say here is like, just keep at it, right? Keep at it. Follow your passion, follow your purpose. My purpose is basically to connect with people. I am a CPA, I'm a financial planner. I've been a through and through science student all my life. Prior to that in school, but in university I went into accounting and finance. But my passion is people. The reason why I love being on stage was to interact with my audience. And that's very, very important. So that's where my entire career has been in relationship management, in sales and business development. So when I told me to talk about entrepreneurial mindset, I was thinking to myself, it's so interesting, because the first thought that came to my mind was, I really don't know what to talk about, even though I've actually been an entrepreneur myself. Now, Jeff would know this. Back when I was in Australia, I was a franchise owner of Minuteman Press, world's largest printing franchise, based out of New York, in Melbourne. And the lesson I want to instill upon the disruptive learners table here is, in the year 2009, when I was in Melbourne, I'm working for a financial advisory company which specializes in investment advisory, tax minimization, superannuation planning, etc. So we work with some of the major lenders, the 4 pillars of the Australian economy. But at that moment, me and my immediate boss, who we became really good friends, we were like, we need to do something for ourselves. And we went to this franchise expo in Melbourne in 2009. And we saw a lot of different franchises. And we chanced upon this little store of Minuteman Press, which is an American franchise. The world's largest printing franchise at the moment, still. It's very, very well known in Australia as well. It's all over Australia. It's mainly Melbourne and Sydney. So yeah. So what happened was like, so we went and there was this gentleman who was there. His name was Jeff as well, interestingly. So, and he was like, and we asked him, what do you need to succeed in business? That is a question we asked him. And he was like, your presence and your drive. Oh my God. That's all you need. Skills can be taught. All you need is that attitude and that drive.
It's so incredible you mentioned this, because drive, this is pretty much every single time when we visited a company here, from HubSpot, Adobe to startups, they all mentioned drive.
Drive is very
So
important.
incredible.
Drive is so important. So we didn't know anything about printing or digital media, nothing at all. So you're like, and we told him that, how do you think we're going to succeed? And he was like, all you need to do is to be able to go out and explain to people how you can provide them value. And that's it. That's what we did. And that's all about, being able to connect with people meaningfully. And that's where your sales, business development skills are absolutely essential if you want to be an entrepreneur. Okay? So one thing I just want to actually highlight here is like you will have obstacles, you will get opposition, you will get challenges, but then you have that choice to listen to your heart and to listen to your gut. And that's very, very important. It's very, very important. Anything that you can actually dream of, you can succeed if you have that drive and that determination to do it. And that is absolutely essential. Yes.
This point resonated so much with me because I was just thinking about everything is actually created twice. First time is created in our mind. Second time created in reality. So you really have to dream it first.
Correct.
So that it can be manifested.
Spot on. Very well said. Very well said. Can anyone tell me as to why we are scared to take that step? Can anyone tell me? Just yes. Getting bullied. Yes. Good. Good. Anyone?
Yeah, I guess it's the same thing, but like judgment.
Judgment. Fear of judgment. That's right. Ashton?
Big change.
Big change. Okay. Yeah. We've got a few parents in here in the room. Do you think there is something that has been hardwired in us since childhood, which does not sometimes allow us to succeed?
We brought this up in the session that I facilitated as well. Right? The whole thing about the way the brain is conditioned. We're so conditioned that even if it's in front of us, we're not going to recognize the opportunity because we're conditioned or we have fear or we're filtering out the world a certain way.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So I'm going to share something which is interesting, right? The word no. The word no can be used in both a positive and a negative manner. It is something which can actually it is something that is holding you back. And it is also something which can get you forward. So from childhood, think about it. And I know, me as a parent, I have told my kids, no, don't do that. So many times. Right? We are hardwired in our thinking from childhood that whatever we do, which is outside someone else's comfort zone, is bad. Right? Why, as we as parents tell our kids, no, don't do that? Because we are not comfortable with them doing that. So that's where we need to bring out our inner childlike innocence to ensure that we actually keep at it. And that's important. On the other hand, as well, and this is so important to especially the three of you who are looking into the next stage of your career, learn to say no as well.
I'm still learning.
Not to me.
No, you can't say no to the chocolate man. You can't. But you have to learn to say no. It's very powerful. Why? Because you do not want to put anyone else on a pedestal in life.
It's so interesting that you mentioned this because Stella and I last night we had an amazing conversation. We're talking about this, which now reminds me of Marie Forleo. I listen to her podcast all the time. She said that she is the queen of disappointment, meaning that she constantly says no to other people so that she can focus on the very important, very urgent things in her life. I'm still working on this myself, being a people pleaser. Yes.
Stella.
And can I just say this as well? Just going on using the word no. Sometimes when you say no, you don't have to justify why you're saying no. No genuinely just means no.
Very
and
important.
It doesn't mean when you do say no, and again when we're talking to I about this, even on a personal level, in terms of family and friendships, I actually got wise to the word no with my family. Because I always felt when I said no to my family, they would love me less.
Yep.
Right? But it's amazing when I just grew in confidence just to say no to my sister one day. And she was like, yeah, okay. All right, fine. And all I kept thinking in that moment was, oh my gosh, I could have said no so many years previously, and she wouldn't love me any less.
That's right.
So my point is, even personally or in business, never feel you have to justify, because those that really know you know that when you mean no, you're saying it for a reason.
Yeah.
That's
Very
it.
true. Very true. John, you were wanting to share something?
No, I was just going to say, but the parents, my parents, you know, or came with you being immigrants and all that, and instilled it in us.
Yes.
And then we unfortunately pass it on
Absolutely.
to the.
Absolutely.
You know, it's our role. You said resilience. It's our role as parents to guide them and help them, teach them to say no.
That's right.
Even to us.
That's right.
As they get older. So.
I think Stella brought up a really good point, which basically meshes in with the last point which I want to make on this slide, is about the mindset, which is so important. It's so important that you sometimes just have to say no without being or needing to justify anything. It's because you just sometimes have to be emotionless. You have to. Because if you're too emotional regarding things, it will hold you back, right? So take that leap off. What is the first thing that comes to mind? Which one? Faith. Okay. Which other word comes to mind? Perhaps anyone else? Something apart from faith? Destiny. Leap of destiny. Okay.
Self-belief.
Self-belief. Okay. Yes. Very powerful. We always associated take a leap of faith. Take a leap of faith. I say don't take a leap of faith. Because if you take a leap of faith, you are just acting on emotions. As an entrepreneur, you can't do that. Just on emotions, no. So just remember this one phrase, and this is something one of my mentors had taught me a long time ago, is take a leap of strategy.
Oh, I love that.
Not of faith, of strategy. It's very, very important. Strategize, think about it. Don't overthink, there's a difference. There's a fine line between overthinking. There is, analysis paralysis, which a lot of us we've all heard of. But you can't just work on emotions if it's to do with actually being successful in your own business. So, very important, very, very important. This is one of the slides which I use for my sales training. So value. You have to ensure that you provide value in every single thing that you do as an entrepreneur. So, customer. You have to make sure that you provide value to your customer. You need to make sure that it is, above expectations. Quality control is very important, especially with your business or drop shipping, right? You have to make sure that you've got the quality control elements correct, because you don't want a customer just once. You want repeat business, right? That's very important. So this is your business. You have to ensure that your mission and your company's vision aligns to your purpose. Company, any other company who you work with, you've got to ensure that you're actually providing value. You're actually giving them a win-win situation, right? Service, customer service is very closely attuned to this customer and this. Obviously, strategy is on top because strategy is important. You can't just, you need to have a business plan, and it's so important. And team, I think this is the second most important aspect. Your team members, including you, are your biggest brand ambassadors. You don't have to hire people. Your own team members, your own employees can be your biggest brand ambassadors. Make them your brand ambassadors by showing them that they are of value. Right? Couple of things. I'm going to put them all on. So, whenever you as an entrepreneur, whatever product or service that you have, you need to know it back to front. You need to know it. You need to be able to think about it, dream about it in your sleep, quite literally. It's very important. You need to know your product very, very well. You need to know your target market even better. Right? Why? You are never the only person in your space. What is your differentiator? How are you different to your competition? What value do you provide your clients which your competitor isn't providing? The only way you can do that is to ensure that you know your product inside out and you know exactly what your target market wants. There's no other way you can do that, right? Second most important thing, do not pitch.
Yeah.
We always say hustle, hustle. No, I don't agree with it. Do not pitch. The best form of sales is the takeaway selling. So John, you would agree. Whenever I used to train my team, I've always been in a very consultative space. So I've always told them, be yourself, but I want you to use one sentence at some point in your interaction with someone, which is, I really don't think I can help you. You have no idea how powerful that is.
Yeah.
I really don't think I can help you. But if I can, I will let you know. Try it. You can use different connotations and permutations of that, right?
Well, can you explain more why is it so powerful?
Because, please, John. No, go ahead. No. I love different perspectives.
Because, yeah, what you're saying is unreal. Seriously, I love what you're saying.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'll give you a perfect example. For years and years, we run a small family-run business, and we've said yes. And they have just taken advantage of us.
Mm-hmm.
Over the last few years, Eva and I have decided to say no to customers. And we're talking about some very influential customers because they're demanding like, oh, I want it now. To be honest with you, the moment we said, David, thank you so much. At this present time, we can't make that product.
Mm-hmm.
But just give us a couple of weeks, we'll get back to you and we'll try and make it for you. But at this moment, we can't do it for you. I'm sorry. Can I be honest with you? Their face is like, what? Huh? And we just sit there and smile. They actually walk away, and the next day they'll come back and make something else.
Yeah.
Wow.
It feels like we've empowered ourselves and taken the power back. And they feel now.
We value you more.
Yeah, they've come back and
you
said,
have respected yourself.
totally.
Yeah.
And I've had them say, look, I'm really sorry, I understand that. Yeah, we'll wait a couple of weeks, thanks so much. Oh, by the way, is there anything else that we can buy off you? Sure, try this. Yeah.
I want to add something.
Please,
This is a very relevant point. No matter what business you're in, no matter what age, especially I think those first couple of years when you're trying to establish your identity and make money at the same time, it can be very, like in mine, it's about establishing the difference between being a vendor versus being a partner. We are partners with our clients.
Yep.
And we really care. We want to partner with you, handhold you through the journey, work through your strategy of communication, build trust. A vendor goes in, and I didn't share that, but like why I started my business was when I was in HP and Dell, I realized that I would work with vendors and they would come in and do a program for one day and get out and charge a bomb. And I would be like, where is the value? Because you can't expect to treat or cure conflict over a one-day session.
Correct.
You got to work to understand what is the real pain point of that client.
There's no quick fix.
And then that's when I said I want to partner, which means that I'm working like a doctor. A doctor doesn't just hand out a prescription and send you away. He'll run tests, he'll ask you questions, he'll understand your lifestyle.
Diagnosis the
and
problem.
then yes, it is diagnostic. So when I went into clients and they would say, tell us what you've done, and they would get on their high horse because they meet vendors every day.
Yep.
I would take a step back, and if I have to pitch, I wouldn't pitch. I would tell them, I'm here in this meeting to understand you. I'm not here to sell myself.
Perfect.
You know, and when I understand you, what value I can offer you becomes meaningful for you.
Perfect.
It's not about me.
Perfect. Very well said. Very well said. I think just before I go to John, what Caroline said is so important. We all know, and this is the effect, the essence of effective communication, which I'm sure Stella is going to agree with, and Jeff as well, because they are in this space with what they do. Everyone says, obviously, we've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and you should use that in that ratio. So you should listen more and talk less. But listening is not the most important aspect. It's active listening. And that's what Caroline just sort of demonstrated at the moment. It's like, you have to, at one moment, just be like, okay, I am here to understand your problem, right? So when you as an entrepreneur, because you're all to a certain extent going to be providing a niche service or a product to your target market, it is so important for you to ensure that what you are saying and the way you're coming across is of value, of providing value. You're not trying to pitch yourself to them. You're trying to understand their problem. But also remember one thing, and this is a bit of a double-edged sword, and this will be better through practice, and you will fail. You will. I have failed on numerous occasions. People, when you sit down with a client, they will not tell you their real problems. So you have to dig deeper. That's where you need to be able to empathize with your target market, with your target audience, for them to actually give you the real problems so that you can provide them with a real solution. Seller. I knew you would lift your hand. I just knew it.
Again, here, this is where, and when we're talking about communication skills, this is absolute key, because I always say there's a huge difference between listening and hearing. Huge difference, okay?
I love that.
And the simple analogy, the simple example I can give you guys, so that you understand the difference between listening and hearing is this. Every time I go into McDonald's, and that was one of the brands there, I always ask for the same thing. Can I have a large Coke, no ice? All the time.
Yep.
Right? What do you think? 9 times out of 10, what do you think happens?
You will get ice.
I will get ice. Yep. Now, I use McDonald's simply because McDonald's is such a busy environment, right? They're always busy. They're always working hard, this, that, and the other. They heard the order of, can I have a large Coke, no ice? But they didn't listen to my instruction. And that is the difference between hearing and listening. Just as you would go into a shopping mall.
Yep.
There's always music in the background, right? We hear the music, but at what point are we actually listening to the music?
Right.
And that's what you need to think about when Caroline was saying and Youssef was saying, you have to listen because your customer, your client, don't actually tell you the problem.
Right.
They are actually telling you the problem, but you have to really listen to it and not hear it.
And dig.
Dig.
Be okay to dig, because if you're not curious as an entrepreneur and with the value that you offer, what you offer is not going to be a match with what your client.
Spot on.
Right.
John, yeah,
Who was the speaker who said posture? There was one of the.
They're record.
Weird.
Weird.
Yeah, we were talking about posture.
Yes.
And that's what I want to tell the boys here, that whether if he sells one shirt, a t-shirt, and someone complains, or he does a video and the company complains, or does a piece of content and they complain, that take a deep breath, stand tall, and when you're even on the phone, when you're speaking with posture and strength, they can hear it.
Spot on.
not saying to be
arrogant.
arrogant,
Yeah.
egotistical. You know, take it on the chin, and once you accept that, you know what, that's fine. I understand what went wrong. That gives you strength. That shows the client that this guy is passionate, loves what he does, has explained correctly what I thought was wrong, but actually isn't, and he's prepared to give me a refund or go do the work again, or communicate with me.
John's brought in a very good point before I go to Jeff, especially with entrepreneurs, right? So when you're actually, and I've done it personally as well a long time ago, there will be moments where you will actually be working from home, right? But make it a work day. What I mean by it? Dress up. Make yourself into a spot which is your work desk. Then you will get into that zone. It's important. Just because you're at home, don't be sitting in your pajamas and your t-shirt and calling clients. No, wear a shirt, wear trousers.
I do that.
There are little things. These affect your mind. Yes.
I just like to add, so, we always think, we talk a lot about the choice of words we use, which influence other people, right? Not realizing that the choice of words we use is actually influencing us.
Spot
on. What we say is actually, we are internalizing it.
Right.
We are thinking about it. We are feeling it.
That's right.
Which is why even yesterday I was saying, acknowledge what you're sharing. Because we're so worried about everything else instead of wondering what's going on inside. And the same goes with how you dress, how you sit.
Absolutely.
Even if show up for yourself. Be present for yourself, even if you're at home. Dress up. The moment you do that, there's a switch inside that goes,
exactly.
This is serious.
Exactly.
What I'm doing is serious. And even, people can pick up on that even on a phone.
Exactly. Just your posture, how you're sitting is important. Yeah, so true. Jeff, you want
Maybe
to
you can also kind of wrap up. I want to make sure give students enough time.
Yeah. I'll wrap up in 5 minutes.
I was going to say, so it's a lot more straightforward if you have an e-com business because you're going to have a product or something like that. But for the majority of people who have a service-based business, which is most everybody in this room, most people are going to come to you and they're going to ask you for something that they think they need.
Yes.
So, like for me, I own 3 companies and I'm partners in several other companies, and I run the marketing for hundreds of companies. And I can tell you that most of the people are looking for a very specific thing that they think they need. So, for example, for my virtual assistant business, a lot of times people find me because of something that I made called the ultimate virtual, I think I call it the definitive virtual assistant guide, which is the guide to what you should pay if you hire a virtual assistant, depending on what part of the country you're in. And I did an analysis about Australia, India, Philippines, America, South America, so that people can get a good understanding of how much to pay and what kind of roles they have. And what's interesting about that is that when people are searching for that very specific thing, which is how much should I pay my virtual assistant, of course, now I'm giving them what they want, but then right afterwards I'm saying, well, hold on a second. Because if you're looking at hiring a virtual assistant right now, you have to there's these 3 things you need to learn before you waste any money on hiring a VA, because most of the time their business isn't set up. So then I show them, here's my training on how to actually set your business up with standard operating procedures and things like that, so they can actually hire people virtually. So you have to think about, like, when people come to you with a problem and they're going to say, even the order, right? Stella, she goes into McDonald's, she wants to order a Coke with no ice. That's what she is. That's the prescription that she's given. She's self-prescribed herself. What's the real problem? She's thirsty, right? She's thirsty.
That's right. That's right.
Right? So as a doctor, since we're talking about doctors, you say, okay, Stella, let's see what's going on here. You want a giant Coke with no ice.
Yep.
You're obviously very thirsty.
See, that brings on to this part, which is to personalize your offer and then educate your client, which Jeff just said right now. Most of the time, your clients will actually not know what they need. That's where you need to come in and ensure that you actually prescribe the right diagnosis.
It's such another great point because this is what I do. Just to really run the program, I have to educate the parents so much in terms of why the educational model is not really serving their children. Exactly.
Perfect. Ryan, you wanted to say something?
I love this. This is, for me, psychology being practiced.
Yeah.
Right? So much of this information is lovely. Practical things. Have you guys ever been in a really crowded room? And from somewhere on the other side of the room, someone says your name.
Yep.
You hear it. That's the cocktail party effect. That attention, what you're hearing, what you're listening. You guys try this, okay? When you go into a really crowded room, I've done this activity 100 times. It's wonderful. Stand up, talk, and you just whisper somebody's name from across the room. They'll hear you. Exactly. Exactly. They will hear it. Because why? That's your attention being generated immediately. There's such a difference between hearing things in general, your sensing, versus what you perceive. It's an amazing trick. Use it. Seriously, use it.
And it does it. Sorry, yeah.
So I was going to go on and say, for interview techniques, I actually tell people things about posture, about standing up, and people are afraid of it. So here's another little tip. If you ever go for an interview, and before you go in, they'll tell you this. Everybody tells you this, interview tips. Pick up your set of clothing before you go for an interview, right? I'll tell you one more thing. Wear it. I cannot stress enough. How many times people will say, pick up a set of clothing, and then they don't put it on.
Yeah.
Where are you going? Seriously, small things, but it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. Very well said. Very well said.
So small things like this, but practicality. So like what everybody's saying is wonderful. I love how you just keep putting it back in and go, the next segue into something. So can I let you segue one more thing? And that is one thing that Tyler tells me for all the time is this. He keeps saying to me, when I go in and I actually tell clients, you don't need us. You have no training gap. You have no need for us. Why do you call us in? You guys have a business, media for example, and they really don't need you. You're going to find that you might win in the short term, but you're going to lose.
Exactly.
Very, very true.
Exactly.
Which now leads to?
You being a client partner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is something which I'm going to go into the next slide, and I'm going to wrap up. That's my last slide.
Yes.
I'm going to the next one. So, how do you become a client partner? What really is a client partner? Okay. And how do you provide a win-win solution, both for yourself, because you are actually in a business of making money. Okay, it's not a charity. Okay, you need to make money. You need to put food on the table, but you also need to make sure you do the right thing by your clients as well to provide them value. So, what is a client partner? Make sure you're a caretaker. What does it mean? I love acronyms. Okay. So, make sure you connect with your client's real requirements, which brings back to a lot of what everyone has said. Active listening, ensuring that you are actually understanding the problem before trying to provide them with a one-size-fits-all solution. Appreciate and recognize your client's concern in real time and provide solutions. Okay? Very important. This brings back the feedback element as well, which you need to ensure that you are adhering to. Very important, if you need to be a good client partner, you need to understand what your client's budgets are, where they want to be, and how you can actually show them the path of reaching that revenue, right? That will allow you to understand how much you can charge as well for your service. So don't just go in blind. Don't just take a leap of faith. Strategize before you actually go in front of your clients. Research them. Now, very important, whichever client you're working with, you have to engage with their ideas to build customized solutions, right? Your customer's always right. Not really.
No, thank God you said that.
Not really. But you have to a certain extent, appreciate and respect their opinions. right? The moment you respect someone's opinions is when you will actually get them to understand of something you are saying, even if it is not adhering to what they believe in, right? Now, we are in the era of transformation, of disruption. So you need to make sure that you're in with the times. Very important, which is to transform your internal processes. Now, this is very important, especially with all of you new entrepreneurs or wanting to go into entrepreneurship. Research your competitors. It's so important. Know what they are doing. Now, as a good client partner, you need to work hand in hand with the company who you're working with, right? So you need to, obviously, the budgets, timelines, you've got to make them understand. You've got to be a part of the team. You just can't be an external consultant. Don't be a vendor. Be a client partner. KYC, this is pretty straightforward. Know your client. You have to ensure that what you're doing, what you're saying, is something which is in adherence with local laws. That's important. You can't do something which is illegal. Oh, I hope you don't. E stands for encourage feedback. The only way you can actually enhance your customer and your consumer experience is by asking for feedback. And that's very, very important. And the last one is the most important. Risk and succession planning within the organization. I was discussing with someone a few days ago, actually, as to why most small, medium enterprises do not succeed over a couple of generations. Why? Because they don't have proper succession planning. They don't have the processes in place to ensure that what if something happens? What if your key decision maker is not there anymore? Will the organization be able to weather the storm, so to speak? Now, this is relevant to both the client who you're dealing with as well as yourself as an entrepreneur, right? Practice the hug philosophy. Okay, this is my philosophy, which I like using. So it's just to summarize something which you can basically use in your personal as well as in your professional experience. Hug. Hug stands for, the H stands for be humble and be honest. The U stands for be understanding and be unique. And the G, which is the most important, is be gracious.
Amen.
Let's practice the hug philosophy, guys. And I love this quote. Entrepreneurship is living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people can't. So, you have to put in the hard yards. You have to put in the effort. You can't expect things to happen. You can't expect to just take a leap of faith and land in a bed of roses. You've got to strategize. Okay. So thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Wow.
I'm connected to most of the others so that's my WhatsApp number and my email and on LinkedIn. Please do not ever hesitate to reach out to me. I'm always happy to get on a call or a Zoom call or whatever. So if there's anything you need regarding sales, business development, strategy, if you're wanting to negotiate an important deal with someone as well, happy to take you through the process, take you through your pitch deck as well, and stuff along those lines. And I'm pretty sure there are a few others in this room who, we're all happy to help you guys. Yep. So, and thank you all for doing this, because I think it's very powerful.
You were like, oh, I'm sick, I couldn't do this. Like, look, this is amazing. We're all learning
Thank you, everyone. Because this is how I always do my thing. It's all about interaction, and it's about because it brings up different ideas. So thank you.
Yeah, we have about 15 people join us live right now. Everyone loved. Yeah, it's kind of amazing, right?
Very kind.
Yeah.
Very kind.
So next, we have a few students. No? Okay. So I have 2 students. Can we do it?
I say you must share some questions.
Yeah, and to do their Adobe Spark page, and Alex or whoever. What?
I love that.
That's so cute. It's not that scary, right? Thank you for joining us live, everyone, and greetings to you. Eva is here. John, you want to say hi to your wife?
I did before on
Okay.
Facebook.
And I wish my husband were here. He's probably sleeping.
I'm your pretend husband.
I have so many now. Thank you for joining us live. I can't believe the 10-day immersion is almost over, and coming up next are some students are going to share their work, their reflections. We are literally seeing transformations in front of our eyes every single day, and I don't even know how many times I have cried. And so coming up next is Alexander, who is an amazing young man. He's the son of Chocolate Johnny. And we spent 10 days together. Yes. Yes. Coming up, don't take a bathroom break. Coming back in 5 minutes. And Alexander, the son of Chocolate Johnny, will be sharing his reflections with us.
So give me a rundown, but upstairs, no idea
Why don't you just log in into my computer and do it from here?
Jürgen, I can just email it.
He's got a.
Get ready to cry. No, you can.
You got from the boat.
You don't get ready to cry. Where is it?
How's it going?
I thought these types of cards, man.
Maybe we can just keep one computer there. So, what do you guys think?
So this is the reason as to why I love my Windows.
Yeah.
Every single time.
I have 3 students. Hurry up, guys.
Perfect.
This one, it wasn't even a quote, it was just a
I appreciate your inputs as well.
It was really great.
No, I mean, I always do my shares. That's the only way people can learn.
Good.
What I'm saying is not management heaven. Hundreds of people said it. It's just about getting resources.
So you guys know that I'm an Adobe education leader. So one of the tools that I love using is Adobe Spark. My own son, Aiden, he has been using Adobe Spark since he was 6 years old. It's such a great way to practice digital storytelling. So I didn't give any student any instruction in terms of how to actually use Adobe Spark. So I was hoping that they can kind of figure it out. So we'll see if they can figure it out. I also asked them to embed a video in their Adobe Spark page, and we'll see. I just feel like.
Oh, so you don't need the camera.
No, I think the only way to do is just roll up. So everyone looks
I don't even know how many times I cried. You know, this is my dream school, which is happening in front of my eyes. Incredible. I'm going to close the curtain so you guys can actually see the screen.
Literally nobody's photo.
Are you good?
We missed you.
Yeah.
You need to hear it.
Because we want to. He's just going to show his spark and then
Yeah.
the video.
Totally, yeah.
That's it.
I can't wait. I'm excited. You can go live on your own Instagram channel if you want. I can hold it for you.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe you can introduce yourself. We have about 15 people joining us live right now from all over the globe. They are excited to.
No pressure.
No pressure. There might be some potential person who.
By the way, your mom's watching too.
Yes, we're all watching. So everyone, let's get started.
So I'm one of the few students for the first year of the Classroom Without Walls Immersion program. And this is my journey along the way. So my experiences, my motivations, and a few things that I learned, and a couple of things that I wanted to add as well, and also a video. So I think over these last couple of weeks or days, I found out a lot of things, but I took away 3 really key things. So the first one is no question's a stupid question. So for a young person just completing his high school education, we're all taught this like linear sort of education. So it's just the one line, do this 9-to-5 job, do live, sleep, eat, and then that's your life. So I think that restricted me, and I'm assuming it restricted you too as well, from learning and questioning more relevant and important things that will help us succeed as young entrepreneurs in the future. Another one was surround yourself with like-minded and encouraging people, and this was inspired by Dennis. He told me about this, I think, the second day, that through his hardships, he surrounded himself with all these people, and I didn't really apply that till like the 3rd or 4th day, and that's where I got this photo, and I just thought it was a really good photo to show, surrounding everyone here that really inspired me. So I realized that being around people that are encouraging, passionate, and driven in what they do has inspired me and other students to just break out of the shell and go for it. Another thing that I think is, if you have the passion, drive, and determination, nothing's stopping you from achieving your goal. Like Youssef said before, you're going to fail, but it's how you come back from it. Right. So no one can stop self-determination. And although there'll be doubters and negative people in your life, there has to be a realization to cut them out and continue moving forward. Because at the end of the day, the people are either jealous of you or frustrated at your potential success. And so my transformation, stepping out of the comfort zone and building confidence. So a little story. So I was sitting about 2 weeks after I finished my HSC, and Dad comes to me and says, oh, so there's this lady called Dr. I. There's this immersion program. I was sitting there playing my PlayStation, like, oh, I don't know what this is, I don't really care. What? He said to me, I think it'd be really good if you come along, because you know it's a good opportunity. And I thought, what benefit am I going to get out of it? And is there any point of it? And he said to me, you're going to make new friends, meet new people, and I guarantee that it'll change your life. I thought that was a pretty big call from him, but I kind of realized that he was right, and that I've met some amazing people, met lifelong new friends, and networked around this whole room and realized that this is a different way of learning, and that my life won't have to be the 9-to-5 job, but it's a different way of looking at life and making an income and doing what I love. So I think through the challenges and doing the pitching like Ryan did the other day, I think that's really helped me boost the confidence and keep going forward in what I really want to do. The second thing was visiting the startup companies and getting an insight. So this is one of the photos from Collab Dan. So going through the various startup companies and listening to the ways they started and how they overcame adversity, failed, and struggled. This really inspired me to understand the endless possibilities and the future and what I can do and how I could move forward. And I think this is the biggest one from everyone here, the skills that have been taught by the mentors and speakers. So I believe that every single mentor here has provided the essential skills and the elements to make me grow as a person and take me to the next level. So whether it be my chat that I had with Stella, or talking to Jeff, or even talking to Chris about film, it's given me the confidence to speak, even though sometimes I still get nervous like now, but it's given me that confidence to, you know, go up to people and just talk about it and help me. So there's a couple photos here. And so I just want to say a little quick thing. Something I got to explore more was my passion for film. So I wanted to say thanks to Chris over the last 10 days as well. I know everyone appreciates your photography and film. That's really helped me as well. And so I just wanted to put a quote from my idol. So I don't know if some of you may know him or not, but this is the heavyweight champion of the world, Anthony Joshua, Stella. I think he's my idol, not because of the sport, but more of his mindset. So he failed. He lost in about June. And he was criticised for months and months. And just recently, he won his belt back. So this quote I found, and I thought it's really inspiring for everyone here. You have to speak from a place where all is possible. When you speak from a place where there are limits, you've already set yourself up to fail. And that made me come up with the idea of imagine, invent, and influence. So that's my slogan. So imagine, dream of that dream, what you want to do. Then implement it, invent it, and go with it. Then from that, influence people around you and your community.
Wow.
Love it.
powerful. I'm going to steal that, okay?
I made a little video here, about a minute, just explaining the whole week.
Classroom Without Walls, 2019. Over these last 10 days, me and a few students from around the world were accompanied by great speakers and mentors that would help us to become young, successful entrepreneurs in the future. We also met other young entrepreneurs and collaborated with them to create new business ideas for the future. During our downtime, we explored Singapore to understand the country, the people, food, and its culture, and to understand its great history. I also learned some valuable lessons along the way. No question is a stupid question. Always ask the question you want to ask. Surround yourself with like-minded and encouraging people. And if you have the passion, determination, and drive, nothing can stop you from achieving your goal. Not only did we learn, but we also went ice skating. Over these last 10 days, I've met some amazing people that have inspired me to strive towards my passion and goals.
That's amazing. Wow.
John, are you gonna cry?
Already am.
John, say something.
No, I'm just proud of
Oh, me too.
That's beautiful.
Oh,
That is
sweet.
beautiful. Alex, that was awesome.
That was awesome, eh?
That was really well done.
Expectations are high, Dennis.
I think
Set
I
the
can.
bar way high now.
I think I can almost add another theme to the immersion, which is bonding between parents and children.
Yeah.
Right? You guys and me and Aiden, it's incredible. Thank you.
And it's, I'm really proud of him, what I've seen. I've tried to take a step back. But there's one thing, I just can't thank you guys enough.
Oh.
It's a pleasure.
That's how we started.
And it's
crying.
true, because at the
Aren't you
beginning,
gonna hug him?
and it's true.
Right now.
I hug him all the time. He hates it.
Yeah, we wanna pick up that.
I will, but the thing is, yeah, it's so true. When I told me I'd love you to be there, Eva and I, my wife and I, were sitting there and we were just like, come on, yeah, we can do this, we can do this. And then, I said to him, mate, this is an opportunity for you. Yeah, this is going to be life-changing. Typical teenage, 18-year-old. And I love it because he's always constantly challenging me and, no. And I said, come and do it. You'll be fine. You'll have a great time. You'll meet some amazing people. And, just what he did is a testimony, not because of me, but because of Dr. I, and also because of you guys. So you guys really, what you just saw there for 10 minutes is what you guys have done.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, I finished at about 4 o'clock in the morning last night.
Yeah, same.
Just like father, like son. That's what I did. My speech was changed at 3 o'clock in the morning. So
That's amazing.
yeah.
But it was so worth it. It
Well
was
done.
So good.
It
Very,
was
very
so worth it.
I'll give you.
It's really high innovation, the entire program education. So really happy to see that.
I just want to say this was something that you called out the other day when we were at breakfast, and which is obviously very evident. The whole aspect of bringing parents in with the kids has a different layer of experience. Because one is that, I think there are different sides that we bring as parents, but then when we create a space like this, it's a lot more encouraging and there's a lot more openness
for the parent and the child as well.
Totally, yeah. Learning, and also in terms of Adobe Spark, I really didn't teach anyone how to use it. I want them to try to figure this out, because if you remember from many of the company visits, even what's that Shopware, they're like, they want you to be able to figure it out. So I'm just so proud of you to figure it out.
So beautiful.
Your video broke.
On the website, yeah. It broke, like, it's not letting me in.
Okay.
But I can try and get on my gallery.
Yeah, see if, I just want to watch if not, no worries, yeah.
Yeah.
So Dennis is actually our scholarship boy, and really proud of him. So driven, so mature, and I'm looking forward to watching his Adobe Spark and to listening to what he has to say. And then after that, we have another kid, and maybe Aiden, my own son, wants to present. So emotional. Did John go back to his room and cry?
Right now you see it's outside saying,
Oh,
You need to figure out how to.
next time for my next immersion, I'll bring tissue paper and just get ready. Yes.
Who's good with Windows? Does anyone know how to mirror displays or what have you?
Windows.
I'm an Apple guy, so I
Should be the same.
it's showing up, but it's on another window. Or on the, do you know what I mean?
Yes. Extension rather.
Exactly.
I
I was on
some
it.
people crying and then
You got sound. You have a video of it.
The video is going to be on the gallery.
So I have snack. We'll have snack. We even have snack. We take care of people. We'll have snack. Let's grab everyone.
So what do you think? He's going to be doing all that stuff.
Exactly.
And then he's going to be doing his mate stuff as well.
Let me see if we have anyone.
Dennis is going to make our t-shirts. Alexander's going to do all the filming.
It's in your bag. Bag.
My eyes hurt from recording this morning. I'm really bothered. So
I don't have a bag.
You'll be fine.
Look at that. Give it to my. Oh,
Take
thank
a deep
you.
breath.
This.
I've told
Yeah,
you.
maybe that's yeah.
Relax. You're with your mate. And we're all here for you.
Oh my God.
Next time you want goggles, you can ask me.
Goggles.
Yes, we're good.
Are we ready?
Yes. Shh.
Quiet on the set.
okay, so this is.
Introduce yourself first.
Oh, sorry. My name is Dennis O'Connor, also known as Bakhsh Central. And today, of course, the photos are more explained in words, which might be a bit boring, but we'll see how it goes. And so Singapore 2019 Entrepreneurship Immersion Program, nice little photo of the outside of the hotel. Nice photo there. Okay, so what were my thoughts on this whole immersion program? Well, when I was in Ireland and I was coming over here, I didn't know what to expect. You know, I got a flight and I was going on my own. The original plan was actually to, go with an adult, but I was like, no, I don't want to go with an adult. That just won't work out well. But what was going through my mind was, is this immersion program going to help me? Is it going to change my mindset in any way? So, my expectations were low at first, and of course I was wrong, yes, and I learned a lot, okay? So, well before I came here, I wasn't making any big moves. I was in my room in Dublin, and it would be lonely.
You're okay. You're okay.
Go ahead. We're all here for you.
It's okay.
You're doing good. Oh.
Leaving you, Dennis.
can do it, Dennis. Come on. You're doing fabulous.
But now I got a scholarship from Dr. I, and now that the 10 days are up, I realized how much drive and focus and potential that I really have. But the biggest thing that happened is that not only did I make good connections, but I made good friends. You know, Alex and name again. Ashley. Okay, I've been. It is, you know, truly. Okay, so Alex he's a truly driven person, just like me. He's the same mindset, and he really wants to gain success. I won't read that bit, but it's gonna make me emotional again. So this goes back to the rule we learn differently. And
You can do it.
we act differently. But again, we have the same mindset to succeed.
Super.
Who was my favorite speaker? And the real truth is they were all really amazing. And they helped me to learn new things. I learned a lot of good techniques from them. From all the mentors and speakers. I've put into practice what I've learned. I've worked hard. The video is working. So here's my reflection video.
Make it a bit louder.
Yeah. And this is my reflection video of how the 10 days Entrepreneurship Immersion program here in Singapore has gone. I want to give you the 3 biggest takeaways, first of all, from this Entrepreneurship Immersion program. First takeaway is the day I came, I learned how to be social, how to interact with people who I did not know, and kind of also stepping out of my comfort zone. Right, this is still one, stepping out of my comfort zone. Being able to come over here on my own was probably the biggest challenge, but I made it safely, and it was easy enough to find my way around the airport. Okay. Number 2, the biggest takeaway as well, that's also kind of changing my life right now, is social media. I learned a lot about LinkedIn. I learned a lot about how to gain Instagram followers by just using hashtags and what the big difference that the hashtags can make for your channel. And it's just amazing. I've learned so much more in 4 days. At the beginning of the week, I learned so much more in 4 days than I would have, in a week of school. I would have learned way more than in a week of school. And it really shows that, classroom that I was is the way to go. And going to the conferences or the classes every morning to hear the mentors speak, I don't know, it feels much different. I know I'm going over the minute thing, so the third most final one is I learned how to balance. I learned time management skills, which was pretty important. Being there early, I did a bit of meditation, which was great. Meditation really did help me out, but then I kind of, from now I kind of stopped due to the fact that it was, I liked it, but I need to also balance it out with the gym. And also my mind has improved big time since I arrived. And I wanted to again thank all the speakers, the mentors who have taught me, everything, and my friend, the newest friends, and I want to thank you for being there and for working hard. Alex, me and you worked hard, and we worked together on projects, and we did all that, and just it's been absolutely amazing, and it's an experience that I'll hold for a lifetime. I hope now that my mindset doesn't change when I go back to Ireland, but we'll only have to see. My body is strong enough, which I am, and see if I'm able to avoid them people who are always negative towards me and negative towards anyone or my dreams, So thank you for listening, and thanks again. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dennis, let me just give you one little thing, right?
Yeah.
Each and every one of us has had naysayers, and so are you, right? But always have the courage to look them in the eye and tell them, watch me. While telling yourself, yes, I can.
Yeah.
Right? Always.
Absolutely.
You have the potential, and it's just about bringing out that inner brilliance from within you.
Yes.
So just you've got an amazing group of people here who are there beside you, who will be able to sort of guide you, mentor you, and just don't hesitate to reach out. That's where a lot of entrepreneurs, in my opinion, fall short, because they hesitate and they're like, oh, what if? No. We've all given you the free rein to reach out, if you've got any questions whatsoever. So yeah, we're all there for you, and for Alex.
And I want to add, that it is a very lonely journey.
It is.
It is very lonely. You might be in the midst of many people around you and still feel alone. But I think what Youssef is trying to also say is that you're not alone.
Right.
And we're all here for you to access at any time, because we know we've gone through it, we are going through it as well, but we're here for you. We're here to hold that space for each of you and for each of us in this room as well. I think the kind of bonding that we have created and the space we have created for all of us, it's not about age. We all feel alone. So I just want to say that, just building this family out here builds a lot of courage, a lot of strength, a lot of support that we all need to hold space. So never ever feel that you're alone, because you're not.
I just want to re-emphasize on that.
Alex.
Oh, sorry.
I also have something to say.
Alex wants to
No,
say
just what he
something.
told me on like the first 3 days, like his life story, like compared to me, like what you've gone through, like no one should have ever gone through. Like the way that like your life has gone, like you should think that what's happened for a reason, and look where you are now.
I also want to share a quick story. Like standing in front of everyone here can be quite intimidating. And I remember the first time I came to the US with a scholarship and to study, to get my master's degree. In my entire life being, a woman in China, I never learned how to do public speaking. It was so intimidating, So the day before my class, I literally wrote down every single word, including jokes, including hello, looking at this person, looking at that person. I wrote down every single thing. I rehearsed. And then when the time came, I had to teach. I froze. It was a disaster. And I still remember getting emotional. And right after the first semester was over, I had a student. She knocked on my door. She came to my office. She said, Dr. I think your English has improved. I can finally understand you. So can you imagine how I felt from being a really good student, being in China, come here, an identity shift, and going through that. So I just want to share that story to encourage you. You can do it. The reason I chose you to come to this program, because I see something in you, as I told you, reminding me of me. So I want you see where I'm today. I love talking, you see I'm being confident, not scared, but I want to share with you, every single person in this room, we all have had our own journey to get to where we are today. I believe in you. Every single person in this room, we all believe in you. I got lots of applications, and there's a reason I chose you. So I want you to, every time when you start to doubt yourself, feel like I can't do this, remember what I told you, what every single person shared with you in this room. So I'm very proud of you.
Just one thing, and so short. don't focus your energies on those who don't applaud you, because you'll forget those who are actually applauding you. Don't waste your time, your space in even voicing your anger, any emotions towards the naysayers, because there are so many more people who are supporting you through this journey. And those are the people you need to spend your time, your focus, your energy acknowledging. Okay?
Yeah.
You've got this. I'm pretty sure for all of us here, seeing this has just been emotional. We're crying with you, and it's not crying out of sympathy, it's crying because we're just so proud of the young man you're becoming. And I can see so many good things ahead of you, but you just need to focus. And this is not just for you, this is for Alex, this is for Ashton, this is for Aiden, Jesse. You guys have done so well over the last 10 days. And it's, honestly, for us, it's been really, really humbling. Really, really humbling.
Exactly.
And I just wish you the best of all of you, the best of luck.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Anyone else here? Oh yes. Yeah, yeah. So can I borrow it? It's so much like about authentic emotion. And just like
Will you communicate that, announce
can you announce that? Where do you want people to send it?
Yeah, so they can send it directly to me, or you said something about Adobe.
That's what they're doing now, but I think it's got. That's basically
The same one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But what we want to do is just like a video, right?
So, guys, remember yesterday during the session I had proposed, and I think it kind of flows really well into what we're already kind of saying, right? The 3-month offer that I'm proposing. And this is not just for the young people, this is for everyone in the room. It's open to all of us, where I'm offering this program where you can come in and be a part of picking one. I would recommend one, but if you have more than one, 2 maximum big picture goals that you want to work on and build on and achieve, see yourself achieving over the next 3 months. Dennis, you had some, thoughts about that, but then we talked about it. Then you understand why this is important, because you're going to get the value of having people you already know to show up every week, and there will be a scorecard. You will be sharing what has happened during the week, what has shifted through that goal, through the experiences. You'll be listening in to everyone in the room, sharing their experiences too. And at the end of 3 months, you will achieve that goal. So if you feel and find value in being a part of it, I would love for you to send in a 1-minute video about what you want to focus on and why it's important for you if you achieve this goal. All right. So I don't know. I were talking about where to send those videos. John, help us out.
They did a video last night. That
Yeah.
1-minute video of why
You
they
have
want to do it.
to make it unlisted. You can make it public, private, and send the link to me. What's happening?
Yeah. So let's do that. Okay. So let them send it to you, and then you can share it.
Take an edge off it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last time I sat down and I videoed for them so that you can see
Yeah.
why they want to do it.
So you can send it to Ashton, this is for you as well. You can send it to and then because that will help us understand what your goal is and what will happen if you achieve this goal for yourself. Correct?
Go, Aiden, quick. Start.
My name is Aiden, and you said you were going to talk first.
I finished. You can start.
Hello, my name is Aiden. I'm 8 years old. I started using Adobe Spark when I was 6, and I made this Adobe Spark page called Who Am I? Subtitle, Who Are You? And I wanted to do it because it's all about me and what I like to do. Because I thought it would be fun.
I think I need to log out.
Okay.
I think I want to be secure. This one's special. Okay.
Aiden is my son.
So that is my cover. I like Pokemon the most, so I chose the cover. Because I love Pokemon.
Isn't that?
Hello, my name is Aiden, and I'm 8 years old. In this book, you will learn all about me. At the end, I'll have one question for you.
Wow, one question.
One. Part 1, no title. My favorite thing to talk about and play is Pokemon. And I like it because they're cool and they're also cute. And they have like these mythical powers that everybody. Favorite Pokemon is Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo X, Mega Mewtwo Y, because they're cool. And I like cooking. And Mew's really cute.
Yes, you do.
And Mew can also turn into anything. And Mewtwo is the most powerful Pokemon.
Only have a few minutes. Yeah.
And my favorite one is Raichu because it's cute, it has a long tail, electric type Pokemon, and it's really cute. And you can still find his tail too. Part 2, my dream.
Wow.
When I grow up, I want a pet dragon. His name's gonna be Clay. I got the name Clay from Wings of Fire because that's his name. My favorite book's Wings of Fire. I also want to be a dragon trainer. Clay. This dragon. It's fun. These are the dragons I want to train. Do you like dragons?
Yeah.
Who doesn't? They're cool.
Then does anyone have a favorite Pokemon?
I like Pikachu.
Wobble Fett.
Charizard. Squirtle.
Still alive.
I like making titles and titles for a chapter because I like doing it and it's fun. Part 3. My favorite animal is a saber-tooth The thing I don't like about swimsuit tigers is tail so short. I wish I could see them fight. Yeah? Yeah? You wanna see them fight?
Sure.
Yeah? Mommy?
Yes.
Let's see it.
I love how you engage us. Thank you.
And so polite.
I wonder if that tiger was once alive, probably. I don't know that number. I just guessed it. Those tigers are still alive. Do you ever wonder that? Yeah. Who knows?
Wow.
I wrote who knows. And I like jokes.
How many parts do you have?
Only 4.
52.
Oh, okay.
Only 4.
Okay. Cool.
And that's the last one. Part 4. I'm waiting for the dentist. I didn't like dentist. Because they don't even say dentist. Yeah, it's time for the question. What's your favorite? The question is, what's your favorite thing to do, everyone? Who do you like? What do you like? When do you like it? Where do you like it? And why?
Wow. Big questions.
I think that was cute.
Sweetie.
Aw.
This is my mom. She is very funny. She loves to make new friends. She has a school called Classroom Without Walls.
Aw, thank you. So,
Anything I can work on?
wow! Feed forward. Feed forward. I love it. Yes. Seek some feedback. I think that this is great. I'm very proud of you. And I think you are a great presenter. And I think if you can just like stand more still, that would be great. Yeah.
That's it. Anything that you like?
I love the entire thing.
We loved it. I love his positivity. He is a very smart man.
I love how you engage with us. Ask us so many questions.
Trained by Youssef.
This is a logo.
He's like, okay.
Good.
So do you plan to make your own Pokemon?
You literally Googled my own logo. I don't know. Jeff, I see you presenting.
And the photos and the way it was put together as well. It's really nice.
I love how you engage with us. I think that's really a highlight, how you ask us questions. And that big question, some really big question, I have to really think to answer big questions.
Ada,
I'm really proud.
I'm going to take so much from that presentation. I'm going to actually ask, when I'm teaching my students, I'm going to ask them, is there anything I can work on? So that's been my take from this brilliant and amazing presentation. You did awesome.
Well done.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
What's your charging rate?
Wow! Hey, how much you charge?
Yeah.
Affordable? Yes.
Okay.
Kimi is ready.
Kimmy's ready.
Aiden, say hi to the live audience. Say hi. Good job, Aiden. Okay, Kimi? We can, we don't have a slide, right?
No.
Oh. Oh. So next we have Kimi, who's Jeff Hunter, my dear friend's goddaughter, and really, really excited. She has a number of breakdowns and breakthroughs. So, and really excited That's the live audience. We're also going live. So I'm talking to them. Yeah, you can. Come on.
Okay, so I wrote down 3 things that I think are like my biggest takeaways from this. I have a little presentation for you. The first one I wrote down was the importance of diversity and understanding the different cultures. I feel like having it here in Singapore was a really great like opportunity, I guess, because of all of the different like cultures that are here. And I think where I am in California, there is I guess a good amount of diversity, but everyone's kind of the same, different but the same. And there isn't really we don't really get a lot of exposure to like real life different like cultures and stuff. So I think everyone has like a pretty narrow like mindset of everything. I learned a lot about the importance of communication and building relationships and being genuine and really trying to be myself. A lot of the people here, I guess, already know each other somehow, and everyone has value to bring to everyone else. And I thought that was really cool. And I'm just going to try to be more outgoing because I guess it benefits me in the long run, even though it makes me want to throw up.
When you hear it outside, you haven't tried on this and you'll be okay.
Talking to new people makes me want to rip my heart out and eat it. I really don't have a lot of confidence and I have really low self-esteem. Something else that I feel like I really took away from this was to not undersell myself and to be more confident in who I am and what I have to offer. And I was talking to Terry and Ryan the other day, and I wanted to punch them in the face because they were telling me all this really nice stuff about myself. And I don't take compliments very well because I have horrible, crippling anxiety. And it just, I guess, I need to be a lot more confident in what I say and like what I can contribute because I guess not everyone hates me as much as I hate myself.
Come on, we can't love you enough.
Yeah, I guess whenever I have something to say, I should just say it because it can be useful and it can contribute to things. And yeah. Thank you.
Well done.
Wow.
Can I say this again? What I said was, you guys know when we went to public poly, right? You know the students that she was talking to, the people she was speaking with, they came back the very next day to me and they went, do you know how much Kim helped us? And when I told Kim that, she went, no way, there's no way that's true. But it's true, it's absolutely spot on. They came back and they went, we never thought of this, we never thought of that, and all of that. Okay. Amazing. You don't even know how much you actually help them. When you walk away, you don't see it, but they come back and they say that you were amazing. So good job. Really, really good job.
I also want to add on that I also cried really because of you. Because I see how much, because I remember when I entered the room, you were like, oh, I had no social skills. Remember that? And then halfway through the session, you were smiling like this. You were like engaging, so confident. I saw that, and then I started to cry. I literally saw the transformation in front of my eyes. I see if you were my own kid. And I said, wow, I'm just so proud of you. So thank you.
Don't punch me.
No.
One of the guys even said this. She's actually so pretty. I don't know how to actually talk to her.
Wow!
She was going, she's not talking to me. I don't know what to do. But when I asked him, he was like, she's actually so pretty. I don't know really what to say.
Wow!
You know that?
I just cried. Release it. This is session. I just discovered.
And you know, I told you this before, and as adults, parents, fathers, mothers, we observe you kids, and we're watching you all the time. And of course, I noticed that you were shy and, just quiet. And it was Dr. Terry, and I think it was Dr. I, the three of us were standing and watching you. As you walked in, yes, you were quiet. You sat down, and we saw a totally transformation within seconds. And I said to you, your face lit up. And you know when we saw it again? Up here. Your face lit up.
I know you don't believe in yourself, but guess what? We all have that. Who suffers from imposter syndrome? The live audience. Hey, look, Kim, look at us. Every single person, right? We all have that feeling. So join the club. Join the club. Exactly.
We all suffer of it.
Yes, every single person.
10, 20 years from now, I promise you,
Don't
you're
forget.
going to be telling someone else exactly what we are telling you, because we've all been through it. Everything you said, I was crying because you were talking to me at your age.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to you, you were talking to me at your age.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to come. Your confidence
Amen. One day,
blossom, and you are an amazing.
Just don't forget us, okay? That's my only requirement.
I said to you outside, and you've got an amazing family, and we're all your family. And there's one thing I said to you outside: go up there and speak, because there's that one girl that we're recording you. There's that one girl out there who needs to hear your voice, who needs to hear your message, because she's suffering. And you just by doing that, has changed someone's life.
Amen. You touched all of us here, right? And so we want to thank you for being vulnerable and sharing everything with us. And it's really powerful and healing for all of us here, right? And we see the transformation. So thank you. Yeah. Wow, it's not even over yet. Okay, so nobody else wants to speak. Can I assume that this?
I want to say something.
Okay.
It's funny because I'm getting really emotional.
Jeff, you are here. We have the live audience. They want to hear you.
Oh no.
Why not? Jeff does cry. It's okay.
I'm a crier.
Me too. Me too.
Well, it's funny because Kimmy knows me from when my wife and I first started dating. She was only 6 years old. So she really is like a daughter to me. And definitely to my wife as well, who basically raised Kimberly while her parents were busy working. But what was really interesting to me is that she's known me as like this cocky, marketing guy, pretty much her whole life. She's known me as like I was always in some sort of leadership role or whatever. But watching her today, it transported me back. A story that I don't share very often, but even when Kimberly, like you guys were like, "Where's Jeff and Kimmy?" Like I was out there trying to, I'm like slapping her in the face. I'm like, "Come on!" I'm gonna pour some bucket of water on her. I'm like, "Come on, get in here!" Don't think about you. Think about, I and how important this is for all of us to see your growth. And she's like, And it's funny because I think that that's something that we can all learn from, is that whenever we're focused on ourselves, that's when, it's just like suicide. There's not a lot of people that commit suicide in a room full of people, right? It's usually someone who's by themselves and they're thinking about themselves. It's actually one of the most selfish things you could do in life. And anxiety, depression, suicide, they're all one and the same. They're all one and the same. They're an act of selfishness, right? And it's physiological. A lot of people think they have a malfunction in their brain. It's physiological. Your anxiety feels like it controls you, but really you do have the power to control your anxiety. And medical professionals and whatnot, they might argue with me, but what I will tell you is that I remember in 7th grade, I suffered from this as well. I know, hard to believe, but I remember getting up on stage in 7th grade in my government class of all. No, it was a social science class or something like that, and we all had these presentations that we were supposed to go do, and I remember feeling like so nervous, like I feel like I wanted to cry, I wanted to freeze, I wanted to make up any excuse in the world to like go to the bathroom, go to the office, I'm sick. There was nothing, but I knew I had to do it to pass the class. So I remember getting up on stage, very similar to this. It was a classroom with maybe 30 people, 25 people, whatever a classroom in high school is, or junior high. It was 7th grade. And I got up just like this. And I remember the teacher was about right over there, and he had all his, desk organized. And I went up in front of the class and I had my piece of paper. And I just remember looking at everybody and like, I remember just wishing that I was dead so that I didn't have to do it. And it was really crippling anxiety as well. So when she shared that with me, I felt like, oh my God, like I'm literally being transported. And honestly, that memory that I share with you is the only thing that I remember about that experience, because I actually physically passed out. I passed out, and I remember it felt like I had a really long dream. Like I still thought I was dreaming when I woke up in class, and I looked over and I realized that I was laying on the ground, and that everyone's like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And there was this huge, those little plastic filing paper things that you stick your papers in, turn in your homework over here. I guess I had landed my head smashed through this thing, and like I had just been on the ground laying up. And of course, everyone in class was looking at me like, what the heck is wrong with this kid, right? So that didn't help me either, right? So it's just so inspiring to have other people like you and know that we've all been through this type of situation. And also, I think it's really important that we share with, especially the youth. I mean, there's adults that deal with this, but man, kids, youth, the 17 to 25s, the 11 to 20s, Kimmy and I just had a conversation about Jesse, our 7-year-old, who at Universal Studios, as soon as they were like, do we have a volunteer for the magic show? He was like, me, right? Like he goes up there, they're like, what's your name? He's like, Jesse, I'm 7 years old. He was ready to talk to everybody. And I said, that's not what that's the opposite. That you're like 0.001%, of what the rest of the world faces. So the point of what I'm trying to say is just, there's going to be these challenges that we face in life. There's going to be these times where you just want to crawl up in a ball and cry. And what most of you probably don't know is that I used to be very introverted pretty much my entire life. And it was through challenging myself, and it was through, going into the group settings, and it was going into more leadership roles. And you don't have to apply to become the leader of something. It's just you can start being more engaging with people. Once you start having more conversation with people, once you start putting yourself in situations that, much like what Joseph said earlier, take you out of your comfort zone. If you are in your comfort zone, you will never grow. And every day, if you feel like, oh my God, there's a little bit of inside of you that wants to die, then you know that you're pushing yourself the right way. Right. And if you feel very comfortable and easy in what you do every day, then you're not growing, you're not learning. So the challenge is that to look at every single opportunity that you feel like you're going to fail, that you feel like you're going to die, that you feel like you want to crawl up in a ball and die, that's the right feeling. That's the right feeling, because if you don't feel that, you're not going to make progress.
Wow. So powerful. This is now designed this way, by the way, become a bit heavier, but we're going to take a break, snack outside. After the break, we have Miss Suchi to do some laughter exercise. I think we need a break, and then I will be talking. I hope I'll try not to cry. And so go outside. We're going to rearrange the chairs a little bit, and then come back. We're going to do some laughter therapy. I think we need that after. Yes, something that makes cry. Yeah, I need that. Yeah. Oh, who's gonna help us after the break? Yeah. I'm so after the maybe
6 years old, went on stage.
Wait, Dennis, this is
Oh my word.
Dennis, this was
So what you mentioned about Jesse,
He just did that
It's funny because honestly, I feel like I don't know.
You have a few people waiting
My
to
dad,
talk to you.
yeah.
And I don't want to go yet.
You let it go. My wife is set up, like my whole family.
You are needed.
Kimberly past 5 years of my life, you know, I'm like very simple, like on social media and things like that. I remember 2.5, 3 years old, as soon as Jesse was talking, one of the very first things he would say was he wanted to come inside with us and pick up live.
I don't know you guys.
hi everyone.
Okay, so
My dad.
you guys have been, yeah, but his middle name is Jesse. And if you like this video, I want you to give a thumbs up. I think you guys should put a heart. And if you don't like this video, or it makes you really mad, then I want you to put a sad face or
You guys
angry
can
face
talk
like
about
this.
what's going on and
At 3 years old, right? So in my head, I was thinking, okay, it's got to be on Instagram with, you know, hereditary and societal, because like for me, it's frustration. Like I want to get, I can get up every single time, it's annoying.
So you have Facebook out there.
But at the same time, how would you? But at the same time, I'm thinking, well,
I'll tell them real
yeah, because I'm trying to get you guys to build up.
So I take a quick break. I will be back. We'll take a bathroom break, lunch break, snack break, and we have Suchi to do some laughter exercise. Yes. And then I will wrap everything up and then I will stop the live streaming. Hey Anna, hey everyone here. Thank you so. Oh, Anna is watching us.
He doesn't cry. I cry for him.
So emotional.
Yeah,
someone.
Get up there. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2. Be mates. Talk to each other.
Mommy,
You know,
can I go?
3 years time, you'll be
Yes. Awesome. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, like this is like, but my goal is like to build kind of like a global school. So this is our very first immersion. It's exactly.
And if you ever
Even
need
better,
anything,
I
I'm mates with you.
created this in my mind, but how this is unfolding.
Brother.
It's just
Oh,
above
brother.
and beyond me.
And then
And I
we
didn't
just
expect this to be so authentic, so emotional, so
I
feeling.
did it well.
We literally have become a family, right? We have become like a, seriously, we have become like a family, right? I'm just sharing with you. Like the other day, he was saying, let's take a family picture. I didn't
well
even
done.
say
Well done.
the words came out.
I think we cried.
Just have a intro. I was just telling you, Jeff, when I was 6 years old, I went up on stage for my first talent contest.
But I love
And I
how
forgot the
everyone
words.
I didn't know Jack
I've
was
never
there.
cried
You
that
were,
much.
right? So I'm so happy.
So,
Five figures, 6, 7, 9.
right?
We have all these
She
millions
has
of
stage fright.
through some, you know.
She's suffered from it.
Like you
Most
said,
of the people who have actually spoken on stage today.
you.
Me, I had stage fright. I was one of the most shy people.
That's my next year.
So, okay, so
You will get me. You'll help me, right?
every
You know
time
how much I want to help.
I
Even I want to help.
whenever we used to hold a sales training or something,
I
I
do.
used
You
to
might become like
have
my
2
working
years
class.
people going up on stage. I'm serious. One after the other, just to get me in a slightly more
As a student,
relaxed manner.
I was like, I'm telling you. Sorry. What I saw was like, well, proposals and all that.
Okay.
I really good at it.
So maybe those can be pushed to that side.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
It's the dumbest things in the world.
It's okay.
Yeah. You will love what I'm about. You will love what I'm about to say later as I wrap everything up.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I think you know. Yeah.
We can just unplug.
No, I'm not in mood. That's okay. This yeah, like even a few speakers have already.
Hold on. This has got the live thing happening.
Yeah. So I want to make sure the live stream can capture what you do. Yeah.
Okay, we can maybe set it up at the back. Maybe
I don't know why the camera is not working right now. Oh.
Sorry. Sorry, Chris.
A little bit this side is okay. Because
Oh.
right now I'm going to be sharing it.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I think it should be. Yeah.
Okay, we'll leave it on this table.
This a bit here.
We're still breaking, and we're going to resume. Hey, Anna, they just cried. Did you hear Jeff crying?
Well, the only one.
We don't need an answer. It's the last question.
I said I am me. I am me.
I'm guessing that's your answer.
Look at all his face.
We can play football. Hey, you have a ball. Bring it in. I found it. Let's kick it around.
Look, they do have a
Oh, careful, Jeff.
Oh, I need the microphone. Just leave it for a while.
Be bad for your ears.
I feel like they're right.
Okay, Adam. Okay, we're gonna have to want me to ask you some questions. You got to ask the next $1 million. No. So your question is, what name rhymes with donkey?
Why did you not?
I'm wearing the red shirt. I need to. You can't actually hit me. I have to pretend I read it. I'm not falling. Get close! Ow, ow. Run away! Oh no. Never come back! Come back!
I guess
Ow. Okay, you didn't warn me that we're playing Baldi. You're Baldi? No. Okay, let's play Baldi. You're it. You're Baldi. Baldi only can walk on like. You have to go like this. Baldi! Wait, watch out for the spear! Incoming spear! Welcome to Baldi. The chairs are based. Chairs are based. You can only be here for 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. A package arrived. Hey, you said 5, 4, 3.
Oh, what is going on here now?
Not playing anymore.
were gonna use to hit the pinata. I carved it in Boy Scouts.
Wow.
Go, get, go.
What are we doing? Let me take a peek at what your brand guide looks like right now. Yeah, we need to do your personal one.
Who's actually? What are you doing, Jesse? You almost.
Not even sure if I'm going to be proud of it. Oh, really? Well, then it's even better reason to do your brand.
Yeah, I mean, that's my gut feel because
Oh shit.
What do you guys do for dinner? How do I pick you up for dinner?
What did you eat? I guess we could tonight.
What time do you
The plane leaves at noon, so I think we have to do
I
what,
see
3
you.
hours.
I see you.
Simple.
There's actually a whole food that you can use it for.
That's good. Yeah, I don't. It didn't seem like they were really on top of stuff as far as the narration goes.
Okay, so where are you gonna be in the afternoon?
I think we're going to go to Chinatown to go buy like tickets and little things like some gifts and stuff. And yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Okay, now one minute. Give me.
There's 4 of you, right? Yes. Okay. So if you're here, I'll come and pick you
I'm
up.
not playing anymore. No, I'm
I'll just text you the location and this.
Don't stop it yet. This.
This is focus.
Stop it. No, it's chocolate. It's a banana with chocolate.
oh boy.
So I'll leave you there since that's like more touristy.
Okay.
Welcome, guys.
Chili crab. No, I don't think so. No.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Don't look at my Google Drive right quick and see what I got.
Stop! It's recording. Yeah. Ooh, hey, Dad. Hey, you like my Adobe Spark? Okay. Do you like mine? You didn't do an Adobe Spark. You didn't do one. Yes, I did.
I mean, it might be just an idea to just.
My mom recorded it. You recorded it. Yeah, me, and it was amazing. Everyone loved it. Stop, Jesse! I'm serious. Stop. You can't see me.
No, I think you can use it. Yeah, it's not for any of my personal brands, just the company.
Are you
But
planning
purple has like from a personal brand perspective.
Very creative wise, yeah. That's what it means. Yeah. And blue is like sustainability stuff.
Right.
Green is money. And it's like.
Jeff, sorry, are you guys like in the midst of a deep conversation?
No, not at all. We were just talking about brand colors and what he wants to be represented as.
So I'm going live on Facebook.
Oh.
And maybe you can share something that happened today.
Sure. Or not.
I did movement.
Oh my god, even I'm still I'm feeling kind of out of my mind right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I know, it's just like,
who's
still with us? It's like the longest life. I hope I'm still alive.
All I need is 7 notebooks. Break out of this game. I have never done all
It's a
day.
shame because this is a really good brand.
Not that
It's a really good brand.
No, I think somebody still. I'm sure
Still alive?
wrong.
I think I'm still alive. Yes. So we are about to start.
I'm Caroline.
About to start again, and we're going to do some laughter exercise. And one kid is going to talk, and I will be wrapping everything up.
Cool. Awesome. Okay.
Oh my God, we still have 16 people. I can't believe this live right now.
Watching nothing.
Watching like
they're bored. The kids are very entertaining.
Thank you guys, whoever you are. Let me know in the comment section. You guys are amazing. You guys started. So Jesse wants to talk, right? Okay, so bring everyone. Let's get started. Let's get started. I'm so sad this is over. It has been such a incredible. You're only here for a few days. You missed out so much.
No, that's what Jeff was saying.
Savage market.
Yes, we're starting.
No, I'm only gonna start the.
I'm just.
I'm only gonna talk about the story about.
We are live. We still have we have been live for 3 hours. We still have 16 people here live.
Hey, hi guys.
Introduce yourself.
Hey, hi guys.
Do
This is
some
Nixon.
talking.
Nixon Tang.
Who are you anyways?
Hi. Yeah, Nixon. Jesse, hey, good to see you. Hey, I'm here at this session classroom without walls in Singapore. I know it's a live session, so now I'm now here to just to say hello to everyone, and yeah, thanks to Dr. I. Yeah, I'm here. And,
Leadership,
fantastic.
future.
Cool. I will see you guys shortly. Okay.
Do you guys know each other?
Yeah, we just.
Yeah, we just.
Both places.
But we don't know. So we don't know.
Introduce.
Okay, I'm based in Singapore. I am a full-time speaker, full-time author. Talk about future-ready creativity.
Works with Denlock, right?
A whole bunch of people.
You know Denlock, right?
Oh, Denlock. Yeah. Also part of the.
Hi.
I'm the student. You're a student. Then.
I see a lot of Singapore hard people.
Yeah,
I know. Every time I get a list of requests from Singapore,
I take it closer, right?
Wow, he's
Okay, yes.
So good, everything's like oops, I messed up. One, two, three, four. That makes me sad.
You know what I'm going to show you? I'll give you a lot of inspiration.
Let's get started. Let's hold it. I'm going to did you I'm going to talk. Yeah, you mind?
Next time we're gonna do Jesse. I actually don't know. He might be able to say something, but he doesn't have. He didn't create something. I did with a Adobe Spark. He actually doesn't have anything. There's a bunch of
What we do. Depending on what you do. So like virtual assistant services, staff have a small so it ranges from 10% at the EA side so in other words, if you resell it, not only are you
this is my flag. This is my flag.
would that be a
Entertain us. Good job, Aiden.
You're going to talk about something?
Aiden, where's the stick? I need that stick. We're going to start some. Hey, what do you guys think about this?
Let's talk about.
Do you mind?
Yeah, okay.
Alright,
Can I have
start
everyone's attention,
so?
please, for just one moment? It's the
I
most
got
important
this
time of
cute
the
dress
day.
in Singapore. It's only like
Alright. Okay, so
$20. Look, it was so good.
the choices
Fits
are.
me perfectly.
The choices are fish
Green,
and
that
chips
lunch shoulder.
or chicken rice. So can you please raise your hands for fish and chips? Yeah, I'll add that. But 1, 2, fish and chips, please. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What were the options again?
Chicken rice and fish and chips.
And you see, we take care of people.
1, 2, 3, 4,
I'll
5,
do it.
6. And chicken rice, please. Can you raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. There's more
See,
people than 14
this is
here.
hard, right? This job is hard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 17 of us. I only got 14 numbers.
I was a fish and chip. Yeah.
This is your last lunch.
Okay, fish and chips. Who wants fish and chips? Fish and chips. Fish and chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We need to check with Chris.
Who is Chris?
Can you keep your hands up, please?
Do you want me to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just had 6 before.
6, 6.
No, I counted you. 5 and then 6 and then 7 for your dad as well. So 7, 8. So okay, 8 for Chris.
9. Let's put it
So now you have a taste of what I go through every single day. Okay, let's get started. Jesse, you are going to come, right? Is Dennis helping you or you don't need anything, right? Or I need to say how much. Are you helping me? We don't have much time left. And during lunchtime, I'll be doing interviews with people. So I do want to get started ASAP. Hey, beautiful. Jesse, you want to share? So, everyone, we're getting started. We have about 16 people joining us live right now. We have 16 people from all over the globe. Thank you so much, everyone. And Jesse is, come here, Jesse. And you can say hi to our live audience. Hello. Hello. And Jesse is going to share some of his reflections on the entrepreneurship immersion. And Jesse, you want to introduce yourself and share some reflections with us. Let's give Jesse our undivided attention, everyone. Okay? Don't go too far. Here, come here. People can see you. Yeah, you're starting now.
Okay. So guys,
the video that you did.
we're going around. When I was going around the country, it was all so fun, and I love going around the country. I love going around it because I like how I learn and learn about entrepreneurial friendship, and we learned a lot about that stuff. And
about that stuff like that, yes, like that.
And I love talking about it because it makes me be really fun. It makes it be really fun, and I love talking about it. So one time my story is that one time when I was at the park, a kid grabbed my hand, but I just learned karate. People don't know about me. I used to be in karate class.
Wow.
What about here is that I learned about so much fun stuff that we kept going on a lot of those part tours, and we all thanks to Dr. I too, that she showed us all around the Singapore.
Thank you. What do you think about classroom without walls? You go to school, right? So do you love your school or you love my school?
Both.
So sweet, love it. Anything else you want to share with us? Would you come back, Jesse? Would you come back? Huh?
I love when I come back here. I'm going to come back here another day to learn about more stuff.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God, so cute. So next,
He's 7 years old. So
our youngest is
yeah.
here. You want to say something? You want to say something?
Lincoln always has something to say. There he goes. Look at it.
Okay. So next, are we good with
I'm sorry.
Okay. So if you miss it, say how you want. Yeah. If you miss it, you can always order something from the chef. We just have to wait for a few minutes. So next we'll have Miss Suchi, who is emotional intelligence expert, and she is also. I have everyone's attention. Yeah. So Miss Suchi is an emotional intelligence expert, and we are going to do some really interesting laughter exercise. So really excited. Welcome. Thank you. So after Miss Suchi, I will wrap up everything and we'll have lunch. I know, that's what I'm excited. I've never been to a emotional therapy, not emotional, laughter therapy session. So really excited. This is going to be the longest LinkedIn live ever. We're live for almost 3 hours, and you guys are still here watching.
It's because you're worth it, I.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello everyone, this is I'm Miss Suchi, the only female laughter coach in the whole world who conducts 100 types of laughter exercises. Today I'm here to talk about how can we master our emotions and how can we relearn or learn to be happier. To be happy for better mental health, success, and better happiness, right? So I'm just going to share some of my learnings when it comes to what kind of practices I use, what kind of tools I use in order to be the way I am. I'm able to master my emotions now. Right? So this I'm going to share with you, and after that, we all are going to come here, form a circle, and practice laughter exercises. Okay? So what really helped me to be the way I am, to be able to master my emotions? The very first one was when I started to volunteer my time at hospitals, workers' dormitories, and specially able people. It helped me to develop a greater level of gratitude, and their struggles made me realize how blessed I am. When I connected with them, and then I understood myself better, and I paid attention to what they say and how they are feeling. I started reading their body language, not to make assumptions, but to seek understanding using my eye lenses as a camera to zoom into their emotions. When I was working with children, little children, parents, teachers, I used to ask them, is that what and how they are feeling? And there were many times I was told that I made them understand about how they were feeling that day. I worked on developing a greater connection with myself and others, and learning to empathize really helped me to achieve this emotional mastery which I have right now. Self-reliance. I believe that I am in charge of my emotional world, my life, and I am the one who is going to change things. I took control of my responses to others, and I realized that if people around me are angry, I need not be angry. I have full control over how I should respond to angry people, and I'm not going to let them spread their anger to me. I am no longer going to mimic others' negative energy and emotions. I stopped being on the roller coaster where I need to mimic others and go up and down feeling happy and sad because they are happy and or sad. I am in control of myself, my thoughts, and my emotions, and I do not waste my time adjusting my emotions by modeling, mimicking, mirroring their emotions. I am separate from others, and I stopped getting involved in emotional dramas, and I decided how do I want to feel, and I started feeling accordingly. So I took full control of my focus, my time, my energy, and my responses to others and my actions as well. Then I started generating emotions which I want, not what others wanted me to feel. self-confidence. Self-confidence came to me when I was in nursery school, and since then I started to choose to show who I am. I started expressing myself without having a doubt about myself, and I did not wait for it to come to me when I got degree or I got all my awards. During my coaching, I made many school students feel confident by standing next to them and telling them that not to wait for feeling self-confident tomorrow, but feel it right now. I'm confident. And then whenever I'm in a situation where I think things are not going according to my plan or my wishes, I tell myself that I'm confident that I will figure out, if I'm in an unfavorable situation, I will figure out that it just made me very inquisitive and not terrified, and I felt very stable from within. All of us know that life is very uncertain, and there were times when I doubted what's happening around me, but I never doubted myself. If you are in a situation, remember, fear and doubt will not serve you, but self-confidence will. With time, energy, focus, intuitions, actions, you will find your way out. So have trust in your abilities that you will figure that out one day. Social sharing. I shared my vulnerability on social media platforms with my friends, with my relatives, and I believed in my truth, and I developed the strength to share it with others. I gave a voice to my vulnerability, and I stopped suffering in silence. At times, none of them understood me. They did not like it. They did not believe in it, but that did not stop me from sharing. My followers, my family members knew who I really am, what my desires, wishes, and dreams are, and I continued sharing it with empathy and sensitivity, with consistency, and that made me more confident. I was honest to myself, and emotional mastery comes from self-honesty. So you cannot be cheating yourself, yeah? Self-talk. I practice positive self-talk. I started practicing long back. So I started telling myself how to feel. I no longer allowed others' opinions to make me feel bad or observe that people change their opinions about me every now and then. I cannot be wasting my energy. I cannot be changing my moods according to their moods. So I started practicing self-talk where I would check my best version with myself, and I started giving myself affirmations, cues, and told myself, it's all right. I am the master of my emotions. I will decide how to think, how to feel, and how to act. I will not let others take that responsibility. I did it till my brain and emotions developed that integrity. My heart and brain started trusting each other. And where there is no conflict, there was peace. There was no stress, but serenity. No depression, but happiness. I start my mornings with generating the emotions in my favor and not let my emotions ruin my day. Most of the above come to me naturally, and I worked on some to get emotional mastery. So remember that you deserve to be the master of your emotions. So work on yourself now. I mean, today is the day, now is the moment. And how do we start with that? So identify how you're really feeling. When you're experiencing a negative emotion, you ask yourself, what am I feeling really right now? Am I feeling angry, or is it something else? Acknowledge and appreciate emotions and know that your emotions support you. Okay? So be thankful to your emotions for sending you that message and cultivate that feeling of appreciation towards all of your emotions. So do not be afraid or scared of your own emotions because they are there to serve you. Get curious about your emotions. Getting curious really helps to master your emotions. Solve the challenge and prevent the same problem occurring in the future. So ask these questions and these empowering questions to yourself in any negative situation, any kind of negative situation. What else could this mean? What can I learn from this? How do I want to feel? What would I have to believe to feel that way right now? What am I willing to do about it right now? Then you get confident. The fastest, simplest, and the most powerful way to handle any emotion is to remember the time when you felt the similar emotion and realize that you have successfully handled this emotion before, and journaling really helps. So if you have handled this kind of situation in the past, you can handle it again too. Ask yourself, what did I do back then to deal with this situation? If you do the same things, you will get similar results. So get certain that you can handle not this only today, but in the future as well. Again, you want to remember that you have handled this negative emotion in the past. Rehearse handling situations where action signals like feeling hurt, feeling inadequate, feeling disappointed, and other negative emotions would come up in the future. Ask yourself, what are 3-4 ways I could change my perception when any action signal? And action signals can be hurt, feeling inadequate, feeling disappointed, feeling that you are in discomfort, fearful, you're angry, you're frustrated, you're feeling guilty, you're feeling lonely, you're feeling very overwhelmed. So when this comes up, you ask yourself about what exactly you're feeling, right? So to change your perception, you say, what else could this mean? What's great about this? Another question can be, what can I do now to feel the way I want? So at first your brain might say nothing. But if you push yourself and keep asking, you will come up with the answer. Then you get excited and take action. The final step that you easily handle this emotion is take some action right away to prove that you have handled it. And when is the best time to handle that emotion? When you first begin to feel that emotion. Yeah, so it's really important to know how you're feeling and follow all these steps then. Learn to notice action signals. Action signals, as I mentioned, that it can be feeling hurt, feeling inadequate, feeling disappointed, feeling in discomfort. You feel that you are not comfortable, you're fearful, you're angry, you're frustrated, you're guilty, you're lonely, you feel very overwhelmed, yeah? So learn to notice these actions and what's the message behind these actions, and then you use the solution to master it. So the quality of your life is the quality of the emotions you consistently feel. Obviously, to know how to master your emotions, you need to practice, right? It takes practice. So the more that you use the above steps to master emotional mastery, the better you will get at mastering your emotions, right? So that's about emotional mastery, and I'm literally practicing it in my daily life. And I mean, those who know me really well, up close and personal, they know that I do not allow anyone else's opinion and anyone else's views about me to change my mood, my energy. So that's why I'm always in this kind of happy energy zone. Okay, so now I'm going to move into stress management. Before we go into stress management, it's really good to know what stress is. Okay, so I'm just going to ask like some of you that if you really know what stress is, just raise your hand and what stress is. Because everybody's going around saying I'm very stressful. I am stressful, but they don't really know what stress is. Do we know what stress is? Anybody? Just yeah.
Constant strain on your body.
Constant strain on your body. Okay. Anybody else? Yeah.
Not studying the night before the exam.
That happens to many
Finally, somebody
students. Yeah, and all of us did that once upon a time. Anybody else? They know each other really well. All right. So, yeah, all of us have different definitions of stress, but the scientific definition is stress is primarily a physical response. So when we think, assume, or predict that something is going to attack us, our brain starts to release those neurochemicals in order for us to take action to save ourselves, to protect ourselves. So next time when you feel stressful, you don't need to be afraid or scared of feeling stressful, because you know that your brain is releasing a mixture of neurochemicals, norepinephrine, adrenaline, for you to take the action so that you can save yourself. Now this works really well if you are really in a situation where you need to take action. So what happens most of the time with people who complain a lot about feeling stressful are feeling stressful at all the time. And there's no need for them to take any action. They just like, very relaxed, sitting, very comfortable, but they have this urge of, I need to take action. I need to do something about it, because their brain is constantly releasing norepinephrine, adrenaline, and that's where it becomes detrimental to their health, and they need to learn how to manage it, right? Because when you are in always constantly feeling that kind of urge to take action, and their brain is releasing endorphin, releasing adrenaline, that's where you need to then learn, right? So it's become detrimental to your health for many reasons, because your blood pressure would go higher, your blood pressure would go higher, your sugar levels are going to shoot up as well, right? So stress is primarily a physical response. Now, how do people manage stress? You have seen people throwing balls, shouting, screaming. That's called fighting. They fight with each other when they are stressful. They go away, they avoid. So some people, don't go back home after work. They just spend some time with their friends. Because my wife makes me feel very stressful, I'm not going to go home. I'm just going to hang around slightly more after the office hours. Some people avoid seeing their boss. Their bosses, they say, I'm not going to go into his cabin because he gives me stress. So people fight with each other, they fly, they go away, and sometimes when you hear somebody saying that I don't know what to do, they lose the ability to think straight. They cannot think straight because their system is not working properly. Their brain is not receiving enough oxygen, enough blood supply in order to take decisions. So their digestion get affected, and there are many other things happen to them, but they feel very sick from inside, right? So we don't want to fight with others. We don't want to fly. We don't want to go away. We don't want to be in this situation where you feel very, brain is frozen. You don't know what to do, right? So that's why we need to learn how to manage stress using healthier ways. So there are many ways we can manage stress. Okay, we're just going to ask around, like, what are you doing to manage stress? So what works for you,
I meditate. Those of you who don't know me, I actually meditate. The ideal hour is 4 a.m. Sometimes I don't get up at 4 a.m. Between 5, I meditate between 1 hour to 1 hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
It gives me so much energy. That's why I can do this. Just really tap into that divine.
Spending some time with yourself, connecting with your core, knowing yourself, who you are, re-energizes and rejuvenates some of us. It works for it does work for some of us. What about you? Jeff J. Hunter. What works for you when it comes to managing stress? How do you manage stress?
Honestly,
you're gonna learn today.
You're probably not gonna like my answer.
Okay, this is okay. This is okay. I like all the answers because you're participating. I like that.
I usually push through things and then at the end of the day cry, or curl up into a ball.
Okay.
Or I play video games and try not to think about anything else.
Okay. So today we will talk about healthier ways. So I hope you can pick up some of the healthier ways, Jeff. Give Jeff a big hand and a big hand for sharing. What about you, sir?
I basically do things that make me happy.
Okay.
So I have a very long list of things that make me happy. So I'll just pick 2
Congratulations to you for knowing what makes you happy, because there are so many on this planet walking around not knowing what makes them happy.
It was
Good
a
job.
very long process of knowing that.
Yeah, but good job. Anybody else over there? Yes.
I go to the gym or go for a run.
Oh yeah, work out. Yeah. Exercise. Yes.
I meditate. I walk.
Okay.
I write.
Mm-hmm.
I go to Starbucks.
Okay. So, okay. All right.
I eat chocolate.
Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to add on. So no matter what, you need to take time out to exercise, connect with yourself, and spend time with yourself to know yourself better. Exercising really works very well when it comes to getting the dosage of happy hormones. When it comes Chocolate John, right? So Chocolate John, yeah, right? Yeah, Chocolate John. Everybody's so surprised all of a sudden. So we'll make sure that you are not eating chocolates which have a heavy amount of sugar in it. So you need to eat chocolates which are full of cocoa powder, which is like 85 to 90% chocolate. Okay, so next time when you eat the chocolate, please read the label and make sure that you eat the one which has 85 to 90% overall.
Make the call, John. Make the call.
I'm just going to ring the factory. Hey,
Yeah,
guys.
make the call.
Yeah, we just need to increase the quantity of cocoa butter.
You just get
Cocoa powder.
4 tons of sugar.
Yeah. So reduce sugar. Yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
no more milk chocolate, all dark.
All dark chocolate. No, we're not talking negative here. So continue. All the best to your business. You're going to rock. Everything is going to be good. We just need to increase the quantity of cocoa powder in it and dark chocolate. So when you are feeling very stressful, don't go for sugary chocolates. Go for the one which says dark chocolate. So 95%, 90 to 95%. Yeah, that works for some people as well. All of us are different. How to manage your stress level, you need to learn that strategy. So reflective journals really help. Like when I was stressful last time, what really helped me? Because what works for you might not work for someone else, right? So you need to know yourself. Anyone else? Yes?
I'm just surprised no one's actually mentioned music.
Music. Listening to music really helps you feel very calm. It also depends on what kind of music you're listening to, because what works for you, if like rock music, might not work for me, right?
When I'm stressed, I don't listen to rock. So.
You don't listen to rock, something very soothing, yeah? So that again, he knows that when I'm stressful, I do not listen to rock music. So that awareness about yourself is going to help you as well. Anyone else want to add on? Yes?
Writing all the stress bits down.
Writing, yes. Writing, journaling. I just mentioned that it really helps because you are penning down your thoughts and whatever is affecting you on paper, and written words are very powerful. Very powerful. And at the same time, you're clearing that garbage from your mind by writing it down. This is not going to come back to you. What if? What's going to happen? What's going to happen to me? What's going to happen about that? How am I going to deal with that? So you're just writing it down. So it's out of your body, out of your mind, right? Okay. So there are many ways to manage stress, and you need to know your stress hormones. So stress hormones are like norepinephrine, adrenaline, cortisol, which are going to increase your blood pressure and sugar levels. And we don't want those hormones. So then we want to learn about what are happy hormones. So happy hormones are dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. Now these hormones are responsible to make you feel happy, rejuvenated, feel very light and energetic and confident and all the good things about you, right? So how do we get them then? How do we get dosage of happy hormones? So again, there are many ways. I'm just going to zoom into laughter. Laughter is very beneficial to you because it improves your cardiac health. It lowers down the stress level hormones. It releases happy hormones. It's good for your abs. It uplifts your mood instantly. And it sends you on vacation without even having to buy the tickets. Right, yeah? So it's not about just sitting down in front of TV and watching some comedy or just laughing at a joke, but there's science behind it. So in order for us to practice, how do we really get our brain to release the dosage of happy hormones? I would like all of you to listen to the instructions clearly, and then we come in the center and we practice it together, okay? And it's, 10 minutes are good enough. Thank you, Iris. All right? So we're really good to clap you using with both hands like that. So it's going to be like that, not like this anymore. So whatever is in your hand, especially your cell phone, please put the cell phones down. There's no urgency. There's no emergency right now. Everybody put your cell phones down. Thank you so much. We also need to disconnect and dewire ourselves from the technology. Use technology as your tool. Do not become a slave, yeah? Put it down. Thank you. So what are we going to do? We're going to take deep breaths in. So when we say ho-ha, it's okay. I'll tell you when to stand up. You are really good. I think Dixon was in my previous class. He knows what to do. All right. Come here, Dixon. Come here. That's what happens when you stand up and say, don't stand up. Come here. Yeah, okay. So we're going to clap this way, like this. Okay, this way. And you're going to say ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Because we're going to inhale fresh oxygen, chi, prana into our system and release all the negativity, whatever is not serving you. Okay? Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Say yay! This yay should be the feeling of freedom and happiness, like yeah. Yeah, like one more time. Everybody clap together. Ho, Give him a big hand, please. I will get understand this introduction. Okay, so clapping has to be this way. Whenever you clap with me throughout the session, you will not be clapping like this. You'll be clapping because we are activating our acupressure points. There are many points. We are activating them. Okay. Number one, clapping. Number two, eye contact. When you laugh with me, you make an eye contact with the person next to you. So don't laugh like this. Don't do that. Okay. Look into that person's eyes. All right. So we increase the energies here. All right. Number one. What's number one? Oh, thank you for being such a good listener. Ho, clapping, right? Number one is clapping. Number two? Eye contact. Eye contact. You are so good. Number three, belly laughter. You would not be laughing from this part of your body anymore. No more. No more. You have to laugh from your belly. When you laugh out loud from your belly, you practice it for 15 to 20 minutes, your brain would have no choice but to release endorphins. Be it a fake laughter. Scientifically, and listen, be it a fake laughter, it's a very important message. No matter even if you don't feel like laughing, you're very upset, angry, if you laugh out loud for 15 to 20 minutes, your brain will release endorphins. So scientifically, it has been proven. So even if you're not in a good mood, you're upset or angry, just laugh out loud for 15 to 20 minutes using your belly, okay? Number one, clapping. Number two, I got it. Number three, belly laughing. Oh, you're so good! Okay, number three, that is number four, I haven't told you yet, right? Not yet. Okay. Yeah, so be like a child, like John, be like a child, okay? So do not think so much about who you are. I should not be doing this, I should not be. Be like a child, alright? So everybody, can you all please come up here? Let's form a circle. You want to remove your shoes, please do that. Okay, just remove your shoes. Yes, if you want to. I say if you want to.
You will be looking into my lens.
Everybody come forward. Alright, ready? Okay, so yeah. Alright, so we're going to just open our legs a little bit wider like that. And then we're going to breathe in. And we breathe out. We're just going to do a little stretch. Okay, breathe in. Naichi, prana, good energy. Stretch your body backwards and say, ha. Okay, this time you're going to do it this side. Breathe in. Naichi, prana, good energy. Turn to your right. Ha. Give your body a little jerk. Okay, breathe in. To your left. Hands up over your head. Hands up. Both the hands like that on your toes. Move. On your heel. Hey, very good, very good. Hello. Very good, yay! Yay! No. Very good, yay! Yay!
Very good, yay!
Woo! Very good, yay! Very yay! I'm happy, yay! I'm yay! I'm awesome, yay! I'm awesome, yay! Show me your muscles. I am power! I am power! You can feel there's a change in your body energy. So the words we say to ourselves, it changes our body chemistry. There's a lot of water in our body, 70% water. It changes your body chemistry, body energy, right? So please be thoughtful about the choices of words, okay? What you say to yourself, because you can be your own self-critic, right? You can say bad things about yourself. So please say affirmations to yourself in the mirror, in the morning. I love you. Yourself. So just talk to yourself, okay? So I'm going to start my first laughter. My first laughter is handshake laughter. So find your partner. I'm a partner. Handshake hands. Look into each other's eyes and go. Very good, yeah. I'm happy, yeah. I'm awesome, yeah. Show me how powerful you are. I'm Second laughter is going to be cell phone laughter. So remember, when you laugh, you are opening your jaw wide. Don't look. Okay? Because you are laughing, fresh oxygen cheap rounds are going to your body, so you feel more uplifted, right? It changes your body chemistry, brain chemistry has improved. Okay? Number 2, laughter. It's a cell phone laughter. Please put your cell phones away. Thank you. So, just pretend that you're using a cell phone, your friend has called you, told you a joke, very funny joke, you're going to go around and laugh. Please look at your eyes and do not go out, okay? Please make sure they're not going out. Okay? All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, go. You have your cell phone. Hello, cell phones. Infection. That's the same for your mental health. There are lots of things on your mind in your childhood, in school, whatever people say to you, it's affecting you. You might not know it subconsciously. So what we'll do, it doesn't happen in a day, but we'll try. You're going to close your eyes, you're going to hold a mental class like that, and the sounds are so you're clearing any negative impressions on your body and in your mind, so just remove it, okay? It's not going to happen in a day, as I mentioned, but you can try. So maybe someone says something to you last night or last week, or maybe when you were a baby, or you don't remember something in your school, and it's over. It's the past. It's not going to serve you anymore. It's not serving you anymore. You have to say goodbye to it, because that's something which is not good for your future, right? Your present as well. So ready? See how I do that? So I close my eyes. I have nothing, because I always clear my mind every day. So there's nothing. It's very clean, but never mind. I'll just show you. Okay? So I hold the mental class and I close my eyes and I get rid of it. Yeah, I remember that something happened last night. I remember. Oh my, that's not how I want to feel. So I could get rid of that. Okay, everybody close your eyes. Hold your mental class and go. have no reason to laugh, just laugh because you want your brain to release happy hormones. So you can actually balance your happy hormones, and you can get more happy hormones, and then you reduce the level of stress hormones in order to have better mental health and success and happiness. Thank you. This is Miss Suchi.
This is exactly how I have envisioned it. In my mind, we cry and laugh. So thank you.
Amazing, amazing, Suchi. Yeah, amazing, Suchi. Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone take a seat here and let's give Suchi a round of applause.
Hi, do you want to?
Yeah. So we have amazing, right? You guys, did you laugh with us? I was laughing in the background.
Like if you already have
This is exactly how I have envisioned classroom without walls. We cry, we laugh, we have fun, we be vulnerable, and we learn from each other. And so we have another quick talk, and then I will wrap everything up. Then we're going to have our goodbye lunch. And you guys actually need to go to sleep. What time is it midnight? Let me ask my friend. Yeah. So hopefully, yeah, wrap up. Yeah. No, right now it's 3 hours. So we should be able to wrap up. No, lunch. No, we're not eating lunch now. Lunch is one. Yes, I do.
You might want to even look at doing something like. Now I'm gonna have to look. Yes. Right off the bat, what I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Something that sticks out. Like you have a base color, and you have a pop. So for me, with my original brand, actually black and red and white, like the weird color. Oh yeah, come to my room. Come to my room. Who has the key to the room, guys? Kim?
What's that?
Yeah. No, I haven't finished yet. Okay. It's not lunch yet. Go back. Yeah. I don't know why that. Oh God.
Same on Facebook.
Really?
So now people are going to be like,
Yeah.
okay. So you're better off.
I know. So if I'm finished, I'm going to teach.
Sure, go for it. If you're filming landscape,
Keep it that way.
keep it. For Instagram, Facebook, for everything now, go portrait mode. Don't go to the landscape.
Okay, when shall we?
Are we having lunch?
No, not lunch yet. Yeah, no. Start to work, and lunch will be right in a while.
Okay, how long before we? What are we doing? Are we?
So, he's going to
Okay, yes. The marine.
Yeah, and that will be right now. Yeah, and then probably around No, we're starting. So I want everyone to have
What are we doing?
Oh, okay, that's I just what you say is I not have bias. Video is one of the
On the phone,
I have a mic. What we use your phone? Oh, look what's gonna happen. That's gonna happen for you, right? Yeah, let's do it right. Are you listening to me? No, we're starting right now. I'm listening. Yes. Yeah, but you know, there's less. So maybe you can, I don't want you to have to work, and I will start it, so you guys can start first. Okay. So no. Yeah. Hey, everyone, come back. I want to really wrap this up, and then we can go have lunch.
Well, I found the perfect. Yeah, I'll show you why.
It's actually really strong. When it gets old, it's look at sea level.
Yeah, where'd you ever go? Let's get started. Okay, I just kind of want to wrap things up a little bit. And I know everyone's hungry. We still have some live audience here. And can I have your attention, please? Thank you. And I just want to kind of wrap everything up because can I have everyone's attention? Sorry. I just want to wrap everything up, and I know all of you guys are hungry for lunch. And I also want to make sure give Chris enough time to talk, to share his amazing journey, how he went through this healing journey through giving. So I will spend maybe like about 15 minutes to share and wrap things up. Ask anyone here, they will know. Yeah. Hold on. So I literally gave this idea of Aiden, can you be quiet or excuse yourself? So I get this idea in June where I was, I think that was my very first trip to Singapore where I connected with Suchi and Youssef and to really build a school, really because how much I suffered through as a kid, growing up in China, went through the entire educational journey. And so here I was in July, I give a shout out LinkedIn. I was doing this immersion, calling out for speakers. I literally had 300 people apply to speak at this event. And then here I was in August. I came here for my second trip in Singapore, and I checked out some of the locations. I launched this program in October. And then I did quite a few, many of you have graciously enough to give me some of your time to do a speaker spotlight. So you can see Stella, I don't know why the picture didn't show up. But that's you, the name is here, and Clarice, and Natalia, and Caroline, and Chocolate Johnny, and that's me, and Suchi, and Youssef, and Jeff Hunter here, and Terry, all of you guys, amazing speakers, and Henson, and this is when I was announcing the scholarship. So I really want to share this journey with you, because I think like entrepreneurship, many of you have shared, and it's such a journey. Sometimes you just have to believe in yourself and take the action. So that's my journey from June, get the idea, to December. Here I make sure I took a picture, the same spot. So I just feel very thankful and also emotional. I will try not to cry after that amazing laughter session. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here, to be on this journey with me. And as I shared on day one, we don't just study history. I feel like we are here making history together. And so I want to do this is literally on day one. Hanson, he went to the airport to pick me up, and his children were wearing Classroom Without Walls t-shirt. And so I want to ask you, what do you think something that is surprising to you about Classroom Without Walls compared to some other traditional classroom environment? And the second question I want you to reflect is, what is something that you already knew about education, but now you are seeing that in a new light? So 2 questions. You can answer either of the questions, but I do want to hear some feedback from you. Anyone? What is something that is really surprising to you about Classroom Without Walls compared to a traditional school environment?
I want to answer the second one. Can I do that?
Yeah.
So I think the whole parenting aspect, it just took on a whole new, dimension over here, from the space of aspiring entrepreneurs, but us being there as parents, supporting them, experiencing, things from their perspective, having watched them come out and share their story, and also connect our stories. So it was very, very emotional as a parent.
I agree. Yeah. Anyone else?
One thing which a lot of people talk about is like being book smart and being street smart, right? And I think with Classroom Without Walls, we're not confining ourselves to the traditional aspect of compartmentalizing education through just books and stuff. It's all about sharing the experiences of others who've actually been there, done that.
Absolutely.
I think that is very powerful.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of how I have envisioned this new education model. So this is what I'm trying to, at this program, there are so many different elements, but that's why I want to do this, to bring all the pieces together. We have a company visit, we have in-classroom learning, we talk about laughing and personal branding, digital marketing. We also went to Universal Studio. So every single element at this Classroom Without Walls is designed with a purpose. And I really want to, I think, for any quality education to happen, that has to involve the mind, the hand, and the heart. And especially the heart, which is for students to learn, there has to be a personal connection between who they are and what they are learning. Many times students, they don't really enjoy learning is because there's no such a personal connection. I learned this because my parents, my school teachers, or the social media or society, they tell me that I need to learn that. I really want them to build that personal connection, which is through learning beyond the classroom walls. So I want to really highlight 5 unique elements that all of us have created and have experienced together. So the first one is learning beyond the classroom walls. So here I just love this. Terry gave Dennis a coaching session regarding Instagram on the bus. That is exactly how I have envisioned classroom. And here on the dinner table, we brainstorm, masterminding together, collecting. And here we are visiting Adobe and Aiden and Jesse. It's very nice. And this is Polytechnic. I love seeing Kimi interacting with the students. And here we're problem solving on the spot. Very nice. And here we visit HubSpot. And I also love how we have a mixed age where students from different countries, from different cultures, they come together, they really build trust, get to know each other, and bond. And here I just love Jeff is now here, engaging in serious discussions. I love his face. And another highlight is when Reactor came here, I really love how we are learning in the classroom, theorizing, and also we actually go out, we implement immediately what we have just learned in the classroom, and we also video recorded the entire thing. I just love that, learning, practicing, adjusting, and listening to professionals to give us feedback. I just love that. And taking pictures, and we also visit Top Walker the other day, and we also have fun. I really think learning doesn't have to be boring, and we even had some really amazing conversations in the bathroom. I remember Carrie and me and Stella, right? We went bathroom, we were so excited. We went live, not went live, we were Instagramming, and so this concept of learning beyond the classroom walls is one thing I really want you to take home with. Don't always think that you only go to a physical classroom to learn. The best education happens outside the classroom. And I need to probably go a bit faster. So the second one is to really cultivate inner self. Even the laughter exercise. I truly believe entrepreneurship and inner education should be an inside-out journey. Everything starts with the within. You really have to start from here. The external is a manifestation of what is inside. So here are a few different ways, and I don't have time to talk about all of them, but I do want to highlight 2. One is mixed age model. And I want to ask you guys, how many of you have ever heard of this super chicken experiment? It's really powerful. Anyone? So what this is about is a very well-known biologist. He's really into productivity. He was like, you know what? I really want to crack the code for productivity. So he has 2 groups of chicken. So one is the average, the mediocre chicken. The other one is the super chicken. So they let them, the mediocre chicken, befriend each other, hang out with each other, and the super chicken being with each other. So they did the experiment for 6 generations of chickens. Guess what happened? After 6 generations, having the mediocre chicken being with each other and the super chicken hanging out with each other. How will that affect their productivity level in terms of producing eggs? Anyone wants to give this a try? The super chicken versus the average, the mediocre.
The average remained the same. The super chickens started getting better, more productive.
Okay, anyone else?
I think it went the other way around.
Explain.
I think the average chicken produced way more than the super chicken.
That's interesting. So why?
Because they built this super chicken thinking that it was going to be amazing, and it really just stayed stagnant. And the normal.
You are 100% correct, my friend. Read this. So this is actually one of my favorite TED Talks. So what happened? The mediocre chicken their productivity level actually increased. The super chicken, they end up killing each other, attacking each other. Only 3 survived. So what are some of the implications that we can draw for in terms of the corporate learning environment? Think about it, especially in Asia, right? Many children, they go to a kind of super chicken environment. And here we are at Classroom Without Walls. I really want to break that. I don't want only A+ students hang out with A+ students, my success is at the cost of your failure. No, I want all of us to become successful. And so this is actually for that particular TED Talk, and I'm going to save you the time. So the speaker actually, she didn't really talk about classroom and learning environment, but discussed the implications in terms of corporate training. So there are pretty much 3 key characteristics of very successful groups. And the first one is social sensitivity. We kind of had a taste of that, right? So social emotional intelligence, people are really sensitive to social cues, being a good team player, and some people just cannot be in this type of group environment. So that is number 1, to separate successful from unsuccessful team. And the second one is give each other the equal amount of time to listen. We all talk about this, social emotional intelligence. And the last one I thought was really funny, and true, I think, and successful groups have more females. And that's another big defining factor. So that's kind of what I want to say about having a mixed age group where we're learning from each other. It's not just about IQ, it's also about EQ. And so going back to the super chicken environment, this is another one, a study that just came out talking about students who go to high achieving schools. If you are parents right now in this room, you probably want your children to go to a high performance school, right? Like private school, really, really good school. Everyone's thinking about going to an Ivy League. But guess what? The children who attend high performing schools, their stress level is the same as children who grew up in poverty, going through extreme discrimination. Isn't that crazy? We are intentionally pushing our children to be in that environment. No wonder more and more children are having social anxieties, mental issues, and committing suicide. But here at Classroom Without Walls, I really want to disrupt that. And so another component is here with the meditation. And many of you, especially some of the students, they were asking me, why do we want to do this? I really don't have that much time to explain. But the core reason that we do meditation is to really disconnect from your familiar self, to disconnect from that familiar environment, which reminds you of the familiar you, which is in the past. When you close your eyes, I really want you to learn and how you can overcome your current environment and design your life based on your vision of the future. You want to become an entrepreneur, you want to become a business person, whatever you want to become, disconnect you from that past and learn to design your life based on that vision of the future. And this is what I did to create this program. I visualized, I did everything in my mind. I created twice, first time here and second time here. And so that's already what I mentioned. Another thing is, what I observe is every kid is different, right? Even our baby, every kid learns differently. This is one of my favorite quotes from Einstein. So here, right, and we are pretty much, just take a moment to read this cartoon. And so this is kind of mimicking the school environment, right? We're asking every single student to climb the tree, but every single student will have fish, elephant, we're asking them to do the same thing. And even right now, as I'm speaking, we have so many students who are climbing, who are fishes climbing trees right now, thinking that they are really stupid. And so here's another book I really recommend. And this is the author from a Harvard professor, and he's used to be a school dropout. So his argument is, the book is called The End of Average. So his argument is every kid learns very differently. There's no average kid, but our entire school system is designed for the average kid. So that's another missing link. Is what I observed from Aiden, from Jesse, from the baby, from Alex, from Dennis. Each of them is very different. They all learn very, very differently. And I think maybe I can skip. So the last, I think it's the second to last point. We did travel a lot, and here is why people ask me, Dr. I, why Singapore? This is why. So when you are traveling, and research has shown, so much research has shown, there's a very tight connection between traveling and entrepreneurship. And this one, you can see 5 reasons to hire the well-traveled, and I can share the articles with you, because when you are traveling, you are really disturbing the routine in your life. You are being forced, like that's one thing I heard from all the students inside this room right now, being outside of their comfort zone. That's the very first step to transformation. You have to first see the boxes that are constructing our identity. See that first. The second step is to destroy that and learn. And lastly, I just want to wrap this up, so I want to give quick some time. This is my personal branding model: create, contribute, and connect. I don't really have time to talk about all of them, but I do want to highlight one aspect, which is connect, right? So here you learn from Jeff Hunter, you learn from Stella. All those people are amazing. Now you are going back home, and I really want you to unlearn everything that you have learned so far. To really ask yourself and make that connection. What do I want? What makes sense to me in terms of what I do, my personality? I started my social media journey with live streaming because I just love talking and being in front of camera. I feel good. Blogging, not so me. And you have to ask yourself, what makes sense to you? So unlearn, when you go home, unlearn everything that you have learned from here and relearn in terms of you, what makes sense to you. Honor who you are, honor that you within you. So I really love Toffler, how he defined, he said that the illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. That is exactly what I want you to take home, right? Someone tell you, you have to be on Instagram. Someone say you have to be on LinkedIn. Someone say you have to be on Facebook, blogging, live streaming, so much information. What do you need to do? So go through this journey, unlearn and relearn. And also, I really love this. And connect, going back to the social emotional aspect, learn to surrender, right? To really feel thankful for life. And Youssef was also talking about this. And so this is another quote that I really love. When you learn to love life, life loves you back. When you learn to express gratitude, you will receive a lot more back. And so this is the chanting that we did. I want you to really remember this, that we are fearless dreamers, inspired doers, and disruptive learners. And so here is this, my very fake piano. And so you smash it, and it looks a little bit like a classroom, right? It's supposed to be a classroom. So we're going to smash this. We're going to do this after Chris finishes his quick talk. So Chris and I, you want to come here?
Sure.
So Chris and I, we connected when I came to Singapore in August. I was so touched by his journey. He went to West Point for his education and served in the army for quite a few years, really suffered through PTSD very severely. And I asked him this question. I was like, wow, Chris, that's an incredible story. How did you eventually go through this healing journey? How did you heal yourself? And he told me something really, really profound. He said, I started giving, I started serving, I started sharing my message with others, and that is how I heal myself. So that is something, I want every student. Unfortunately, Dennis is not here. I really want him to listen. He suffered went through a lot in his life, being bullied. But I want him to learn this. Like, if you want to heal yourself, you need to start to serve others, to share your story, to start to give. So that's what Chris is going to share with us. So it's my PowerPoint. So I hope you guys don't mind. Did you send it to me? My email AI. Oh, here.
Hi everyone.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Well, just so that I understand who I'm addressing, can I just have a show of hands? How many of us here are under 20? Under 30? Under 30? Under 40? Okay. Under 10? Alright. Okay, so I've got
under 60.
Alright. Okay. It's enough.
Yeah. Do you mind doing this way? Yeah.
That's fine. Well, I realized that I stand between you and lunch, and I will try and keep this as short as possible. I will try my best. So allow me to start. My name is Chris, or I go by my nickname Stranger. So you can also call me a stranger from Singapore. So I will try and keep this to about 15 minutes and leave 5 minutes for Q&A. If that's okay, very much. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me start by just showing you a timeline. How many of you can guess how old I am?
How old?
Yes.
44.
Quite close. I'm actually 48. Thank you. So I was born in 1971 as a Singaporean, very lucky. And then in 1990, I enlisted in the army. And by twist of fate, I ended up being in the army for 24 years. Thereafter, in 2013, I became a civilian and knew nothing about the civilian world. All I knew was I had this very naive notion that I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So I just left. And for the last 5 years, 6 years, I've been founding several businesses and failing to the point where, the last 2 years I actually had go through a prolonged period of resetting. And I think I do believe in 2020, my mindset has shifted enough where I'm about to embark on my own real entrepreneurship. So even though I thought I was an entrepreneur walking this path the last 7 years, I know now that I wasn't ready yet. And because when you serve in the military for 24 years, you can't just turn it off like that. Your mind needs time to move from operating in a very structured, disciplined, values-based environment to this corporate jungle where there are thousands shades of gray, and you have to learn the rules of how to survive in this new corporate jungle. And so that whole transition took me about 7 years, looking back, right? So let me start by sharing with you from 2012 when I was fortunate enough, because the biggest dream of every professional soldier is to deploy in operations, to give back to what you have received. Because you feel that as a professional soldier, that's the biggest contribution you can do, to give back to the uniform that you believe in. And so I was deployed to Afghanistan, and if you can see this, can you zoom in a bit?
Okay.
Yeah, just click on the plus. So this was the guy I was mentoring in Afghanistan. I was 41 then, and this gentleman here was 46, and he had fought the Soviets in the 1980s, eye to eye, using direct shooting up to 600 meters. And so I asked myself, what do I know about teaching him about soldiering? This guy is actually killed, right? But if you look at him, for example, this was my first touch point with an Afghan citizen. Who does he look like in many ways? Right? Well, when I first saw him, my first impression was, wow, he resembles Osama bin Laden. Right? And no disrespect to the gentleman. Is this guy someone I deeply respect? But to me, this was my first touch point of going in a combat zone, meeting this individual, and having to work very, very closely, like that, shoulder by shoulder, shoulder by shoulder to shoulder, in Afghanistan. And at that point in time in Afghanistan, in the combat zone, we were into the 10th year of operations. So what happened was in 2011, President Obama had won his re-election. He promised to bring the troops home by Christmas 2013. So the Taliban had learned the history of Vietnam, and they increased the amount of violence. So the first significant, 3 days into deployment, we had the worst winter storm. So it was, Singapore never gets winter, right? So you can imagine that starts to bring on stress to your body. And then in February of 2012, some Qurans were burned, if you recall. Next. And then what happened was, on that day, that whole week, the whole of Afghanistan was up in arms. Overnight, people were killed. The number of people killed increased 3 times. And to me, that was probably the lowest point in my life, because I was the commander of my team of 10 Singaporeans. And out of the team, in that team, we had fathers, we had sons, we had brothers, and then I can go back down. Sorry. So this overnight, why was it the darkest period for me? Was because we were locked down, just like in the prison. We were locked down, right? And because you are not sure of the amount of violence that's happening outside, but all you hear hour by hour is people getting killed, cars getting burned, and after Friday prayers that week, there was mass rioting. And at some point in time, because of the lockdown, you have to make the call, the decision. Do you continue with the mission, or do you say no? Let's chicken up and forget it. The risk is too high. It's not worth it. And at this point in time, you can see the fear in everyone's eyes. But if you were to go ask, hey, are you scared? No one is going to tell you that you're scared, right? Because it's a male-dominant society. We're all alpha males. But you can see it in the eyes. And at that point in time, you don't sleep well, you don't eat well, because how do you decide? How do you decide, right? To make choices that has real, significant life and death implications. Nothing prepares you for that. And so you don't eat well, you don't sleep well, and at certain points in time, I'm not sure if I'm hallucinating, but I start having conversations in my mind because it is my mind talking to me, weighing the consequences of that choice that I have to make on behalf of the team. So how do you choose? Thankfully, I made the right choice. We proceeded the mission because that's why I was there. Next. And then on 11th of March, there was this massacre in the south. And we have this very famous cadence in the army, and I believe it even I even sang it in the US Army, right? Here we go again, same old beat again, right? So when this happened, I was like, oh my goodness. About a month back, some Qurans were burned. That was the lowest point of my life. And then now, some guy in the south decides to, in the middle of the night, go into a village and massacre people. And as you can see, there were about 17 civilians killed. But the amazing thing was, do you know what happened the next day? Exactly nothing. Lives were lost, but nothing happened. A month back, Korans were burned and they were begging for blood. I was asking, what the hell is going on? Next. And then we started experiencing down. Down. Yeah. We started experiencing relatively peace until the weather started becoming warm again. And then that's where the Taliban would announce their arrival by launching a massive coordinated attack. In 2012, they launched the largest coordinated attack in the whole of Kabul. And that particular day, it started well, though I felt, I didn't feel good inside. Something told me, keep looking down, and I kept looking at my watch. But exactly about almost 2 p.m., I was in this room about this size. There was only 2 windows in this room, just like in the room that I was in. And all of a sudden you hear, boom! 30 seconds later, boom! Boom! About a minute later, boom! 4 RPGs had exploded. And next, and it exploded because this was, go up a bit more. This was where I was in this building. This was where the attack was, just across the road. Taliban had launched an attack, 4 RPGs. But in that moment, it's like you have out-of-body experience. You feel like you're looking top down, but at the same time, you're also on ground zero. And I kid you not, at the point in time, if someone were to shoot at me, I'll be like the movie Matrix. I'll probably be able to see the bullets coming. And for the rest of the day, there was explosion, gunfire. We almost had a misfired rocket that landed and hit the dining facility just outside of our compound. And but for the rest of the day, it was a very, very surreal experience. And you do what you are trained to do. You become a machine, an unfeeling machine, just making sure, you keep your soldiers alive, and so on and so forth. Eventually, night comes, everything quietens down, and we do our drills, we clear room by room. And after that operation, when I spoke to my sergeant major, for example, he said he never felt so scared in his life, because when you go clear your room, you never know if the room might be a booby trap. That could be your last hour. And to me, everything was okay until the end of that night. I went back to my room, and you just bawl. You cry like a baby, because it hits home finally, after adrenaline ebbs off, how close you were to not being able to say goodbye to them. So, next. So, that was me. And so, let me just share a bit more about myself. This is me. This is my wife, Belinda. We've known each other since 16. And together, we have 2 beautiful daughters, Ashley and Drew. Ashley is 19 now, and Drew is 14. But what I wanted to share with you about this is, these are the hats that I wear as a husband, as a son, and as a father, in order of that priority, even though my wife would not agree. Because it would always be the daughters first, right? The husband is last. Right? It's just the law of nature. Next. And so when I came back, I could not explain it, but I just had a strong need to walk away. I could no longer stay in the military. I had to leave. And I could not understand why. I mean, part of the reason was, it was a gradual process, but part of the reason I discovered was, West Point had done such a great job on me about duty, honor, country. I had suppressed who I was because everything revolved around service, and it's always putting other, the needs of the mission and the organization before yourself. And that's why I did. But during that period, it made me realize that, it took me 24 years to realize that I didn't belong in the army, because I had suppressed who I was. And that's why I had to walk to be an entrepreneur. And if you had asked me what was entrepreneurship about, all I knew was I had to start own business, be my own boss, and that's it, right? And that's what I did. So I walked. And what happened then was why these 2 years are significant. Because one of the businesses that I had been growing, because you have to understand, the thing about the military mindset is you never say no to what is given to you, what's tasked to you. Everything you in a way you are a yes man. And I admit I was a yes man. And so anything that comes to you, you figure a way out. Right? And so I started and tried my hand at many different business opportunities, and then I failed in all. But this back in these 2 years, why they were significant is one of the businesses I was growing was about social media analytics. And if you recall, in 2015, right, Twitter got into trouble, Facebook got into trouble, and I had spent 2 years building this business, and just as I was about to gladly monetize it, it came crashing down overnight. And then I rebuilt it, but then again, in 2017, Instagram got hit, and again, I had to try to resurrect that business from the brink of death twice in 3 years. So what I wanted to share here is the context, right? And imagine if this bottle of water is your environment, and this is your brain. The previous session talked about stress. And imagine this is stress, and as you receive the inputs, right, water fills, and eventually I'm going to make a mess of this table, because what will happen if I keep filling? It will overflow, right? But will your brain know that it's overflowing with stress? No. So do I need to demonstrate it? No, right? But I think we get the point. Now, is this filling of that glass, your brain, an instantaneous process? No, it's a slow and gradual process, right? And that's why I want to share with you that without realizing, like what Steve Jobs says, it's only when you look back that things become clearer. When I first came back from Afghanistan, I could not talk about my experience. But my body was crying for help, because my body was broken. I still, I couldn't walk, my knees buckled. I had an old shoulder injury, and at some points in time, when I wake up in the night, or when I'm driving, I could not turn my head because the right side of my body was paralyzed. And growing up in the military environment, you say this is all, pain is weakness leaving the body. So I'm not going to give in to weakness. But your body doesn't know how to tell you that it needs help. It just creates a lot of pain to tell you the symptoms that, hey, I'm not well. And that's what was happening. And one of the other symptoms that I still carry with me today is on my right side of my face, I can't smile properly because the muscles here are screwed up. So my kids these days tell me, Dad, stop smiling, right? In pictures. But the whole point here is, and if you go back to the previous slide, is I realize now it took me 2 years to recover from PTSD. Now, I can't medically prove it, but talking to my West Point classmates who've been in combat, sharing their stories and experiences, I know I went through that. And then, because of being a founder for the business, I realized, between middle of mid 2017 onwards, I was suffering from founders burnout. Because at that point in time, you can try as hard as you want, but business has taught me, if luck is not on your side, nothing happens. You can do work, 24/7, forgo sleep, forgo food, but nothing happens for you. It's not because you're not trying hard, because you are just burned out. And the biggest challenge for me, I thought, right, after almost losing my life twice, what could be worse? Walking an entrepreneur path. What's risk? I was so very wrong. Because other than managing cash flow and month to month or week to week at times, the biggest stress that I had was actually emotional. Because you realize that your family didn't sign up for this and you're pulling them through. So that's why why I wanted to share my story, and I said I should come to share is the importance of mental health, key performance. So what I realized eventually when I made sense of my condition was, first of all, this. Anyone can decipher what this means?
You don't know what you don't know.
Okay. Let's next slide. Let's review the answer. It's this lesson in humility.
Until you know what.
You do not know what you do not know until you know what you do not know. And when will you know what you do not know? Only after the fact. And this is where experience comes. You have to walk it. I used to read so many books on entrepreneurship and all that. I'll tell you, half of it, they don't tell you the ground truth. They don't tell you the hard truth. Because it's all glamorizing what went well. But behind every success is a lot of failures, a lot of self-doubts, a lot of low points, a lot of negativity that comes into you because you realize that, hey, I did not realize that I was going to be bringing others along that I love through this journey with you. And so part of my healing and how I discovered the self-healing process was, can you go back one? Is you start by realizing your own belief assumption that you do not know what you do not know until you know what you do not know, right? And how do you know that? Because of the power of your brain. Your brain has a natural tendency, in my opinion, to want to create meaning of the inputs that you've received, the experiences that you receive. And when that breakthrough happens, next, is when eventually the dots connect. Right? First, this is all the things that you receive. I was in the combat zone. This is all the things that I received. And eventually, your brain creates certain hypotheses, and suddenly, it took me after 5 years when I look back, I went through PTSD. And I'm not shy to admit it. And it's not a sign of weakness, because this is acceptance of my own reality. And I believe it was from the acceptance that I started to heal. Next. So, putting it together, this is the process that I've discovered. That, you start with, you do not know what you do not know. And then the brain tries to make sense of it. And the reason I was able to get out and self-heal, first during the PTSD period, and second during the founders burnout period, was eventually you are able to make sense of all the lessons that you're supposed to learn from the experiences that you receive, be it positive or negative. Everything happens for a reason. And so this is where I when I reflect back, I think the secret lies in 3 Gs, which I like to share with everyone. Next. Go back down. Sorry. Okay. And the 3 Gs are this. Somehow the image didn't appear. Can anyone like to make a guess what the 3 Gs might be?
Gratitude.
Exactly. Gratitude. What else?
Giving.
Giving. And the last?
Grounded.
Close.
generosity?
Well, I relate that to giving. What else? One last try. Anybody? Why? I'm trying to fit the power of 3, right? So the G that I could think most closely associated to being authentic is being genuine. And why these 3 G's help in my healing? Because we can always blame circumstances for our situation, or we can choose to be thankful for everything that happened, be it positive or negative to us. And I realized that it was better to choose gratitude and give thanks rather than to be bitter and angry about things that happened to you. So that's about gratitude. And giving, how I healed was because of this deep need to want to give back. I ended up serving on a non-profit board, and as a yes man, I was given the task to set up the audit subcommittee in the non-profit that I served for 11 years, as well as to set up the fundraising subcommittee. And in the act of giving, I actually gained new experiences and learned new lessons that I was meant to learn. I also give of my time in mentoring startups. And again, I didn't seek all these opportunities. They found me. Because the biggest lesson I learned in Afghanistan was this: things happen for a reason. And if you believe that things happen for a reason, rather than choose to resist, say, why is this happening to me? Go with the power of yes. Say, why not? You believe that things happen for a reason, and if a person chooses to invite you to an event, why not? Because maybe that event was meant for you to meet someone, to receive a message, or to be there for someone else to deliver a message. You never know. Just like how I'm here today. It happened, I had no idea who this lady was. We just had one linked up on LinkedIn, and then we met over dinner. We got to share stories, and then here I am. Why not? And so if you believe that things happen for a reason, and you go with why not, eventually you will get to where you need to go. And this is where I like to end off by saying, it has taken me 48 years to discover my path. And I believe that my mission in life is to seed and grow education and mentoring business that will impact the next billion youths through teaching them how to think about thinking so that they can learn to think for themselves, accelerate their own self-awareness and discovery of who they are meant to be, so that they can go out there and make an impact to others and thereby lead significant lives of significance. And with that, I open the floor up for questions.
That's why I really want Chris to share the message. I'm sure everyone is like hungry. Maybe you can continue the conversation on the lunch table. And with that, so maybe we can, for picture purpose. So this is my truly. That's why I believe the best education happens outside the classroom. Did you feel like your heart is being poked a little bit? This is that story. I hope so. So, and where's the stick? So let's take a picture and smash this fake wall.
Aiden has the stick.
And I want to remind everyone again, when you go back, don't stop learning and don't always associate that physical classroom as where learning occurs. Always remember, the best education happens outside the classroom. So let's smash this. I know we have like, how about that? You know, need a stick? I wish I could. Yeah, smash it. Should I put it somewhere?
No, wait, Aiden, because this is going to make a great TikTok as you think about crap.
Should I hold it or what?
Scared that you're holding.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to get you.
Just
put it here and you can just.
yeah, let's try again. Okay.
Yeah,
Tell me to start, Mommy. 1, 2, 3, start. Give everyone a chance. Hey, stop. Give everyone a chance. The faster I do it, the better I like. Dennis, after you the 15. Wow. Oh my god.
Let's remember to smash the chocolate inside.
Alright, finish it off.
Remember that. It's supposed to be a beat or Batman. It's supposed to be actually piano.
It was not chocolate, is it? It's magic with destroyed.
I don't think there's anything left.
Thank you so much. We're running out of. Hey, John, where is that chocolate? You're supposed to be. Woo! Let's take a group picture. Then we're at lunch.
Hold on.
Whoever needs to do interviews, you can stay here and do some interviews. Otherwise, enjoy lunch.
Jumping, screaming.
Yeah, I'm always open.
Yeah, you know, everyone has some lunch. And you want some lunch?
thank you. Here, have it. Johnny, you love chocolate. Yeah.
I will.
Get up there.
I'm not for old man among you guys. You're like real family. You guys, oh, the live stream's still going.
Bye, everyone. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
So do you want me to go to lunch first?
Yeah, go lunch first and then come back. We can.